We've got an interesting lineup. We've got a championship match, an NXT championship match, which you may have forgotten about because I forgot about it. So you may have forgotten about it. Obviously, somehow we've ended up with Oba Femi versus this Jasper Troy. So we've got a championship match there. The only other thing that I've seen be announced is Ethan Page against Sean Legacy. And I really think that's going to be a really fun match. So Ethan Page against Sean Legacy for the NXT North American Championship. And then, of course, got Oba Femi versus Jasper Troy. Not expecting any title changes. Not expecting any. Doesn't mean we won't get any, but I'm not expecting any. But yeah, even so, we should hopefully get a really fun show tonight. Obviously, we had the shock of Mariah May show up last week, but we don't know her name. Streets are saying that she's going to get a new name, so don't know what to expect in regards to that. Obviously, we can talk about Raw and the fallout from Raw. Seems like the R-Truth segment is the segment that's got the most attention. Second most attention is Cena and Punk. Third most attention is the new world champion. Just going by YouTube views, R-Truth with the most YouTube views from yesterday. So that very much working, grabbing attention. People really enjoying that. And they've got something with R-Truth or Ron Killings. There's something special there, isn't there? There's something that I think you can really grow, invest in. I don't know where it goes. I certainly cannot sit here and say that he's going to be the new world champ or he's going to be taking the belt from Cena. I think what we said yesterday still rings true. It's going to really depend on how the fans get behind him, you know? They got behind him and they got him to keep his job. If that support can continue, I don't know where this leads. I don't know where this goes. If the support starts to fizzle out, then obviously, you know, we might go down a different road. So it's hard to predict because I would imagine that they are looking at the numbers. And certainly if they're looking at the numbers today, they've got to be very encouraged. Nearly 2 million views on his promo on WWE on their YouTube channel, right? Nearly 2 million views, whereas Cena and CM Punk 1.8 going on to 1.9. So he's ahead of CM Punk and John Cena confronting. R-Truth has managed to get himself more views on his video, which is incredible, isn't it? Absolutely incredible. So, you know, you can sort of get the idea now as to why they brought him back. These are the kind of numbers that they're seeing. R-Truth delivered a segment that was as popular as John Cena and CM Punk confronting on Raw. And so, you know, that tells you everything you want to know. If they were seeing those numbers last week in engagement and Google searches and all this sort of stuff, if they were seeing those kind of numbers, you can understand why they were like, I think we've made a bit of a mistake here. And then, you know, went and got him back, of course. James said they're probably going to go with the Glamour Mariah or Mariah Glamour. That's just my guess, says James. I don't know what I mean. Like I've heard a few different names. They might just completely change it. I mean, I hope they keep the Mariah name at least. Maybe you could just go Mariah and just keep it simple. You know what Vince was like with taking away people's surnames. Austin Theory was Theory. Matt Riddle was Riddle. I wouldn't mind if she was just Mariah. We don't have a Mariah, so, you know, if she's just Mariah, that just sort of works as well. So, don't know, we'll have to see. If Vince was around, I'm pretty sure it would be that. Ryu said Body Slam is reporting on Patreon that Mr. Iguana is backstage. I could believe that. I mean, I don't have any numbers in regards to Mr. Iguana, but what I do know is that he was a massive talking point coming out of the weekend and during the weekend, to the point where they actually did a video package on him on Raw. There was a Mr. Iguana video package on Raw. And I don't know. Again, you're just seeing this kind of groundswell of support. I'm getting tagged in like loads of Mr. Iguana memes and things like this. Like, yeah, he's definitely connected. He's definitely grabbed attention. And I think they want to capitalize on that. They've already spoke, apparently, how to merchandise him. And I've got to think selling replica Iguana puppets is, you know, a no-brainer. But, like, you know, there's already a shirt. Apparently his shirt has been selling really well. There's some real excitement around him. I don't think they're going to bring him to NXT permanently at the moment. But could he do a little run? Could it be that he actually pops up in NXT and we do a little summit with him? I mean, NXT needs views. NXT needs buzz. So actually getting like one of the most popular kind of memes superstars from the weekend to do a little run in NXT just makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it? So, yeah, I could believe that he pops up on the show tonight. I could believe that we do something there. Yeah, very much so. Hello, Daze and chat. Hello, Carl. Hope you're doing well. Shout out to you. Someone says, much respect, Daze. Fox the Melon, shout out to you. Joe said the fans should chant that we want Carlito next. Well, I mean, you know, the fans, I think the message has been received, hasn't it? That your voice is heard. Your voice is heard. And so we are seeing like all these little I keep getting tagged in, you know, different things. We want Cross. We want Dakota. We want the one that made me smile was we want the old staging back, you know, like the elaborate sets. And I was like, oh my God, we're really trying to get anything we can now. So yeah, I think the fan base is feeling quite empowered at the moment, which is good. And I don't think that I don't think anything else is going to come of it, to be honest. And I'm not saying that to be a downer, but I do think the We Want Truth movement was, I mean, it was really significant. It was really significant. It was like all over the comments, everywhere you turned. We want truth, and yeah, it was loud. I don't think any little campaigns are going to make any difference whatsoever. If you can get like pretty much the whole WWE universe on board, then maybe you can do something. But yeah, you are seeing a lot of these kind of little campaigns now. I don't know that I've seen a Carlito one yet, but I'm sure it's out there. I'm sure someone's giving it a go. But if Vince was around, she would be Toadstool Buttmonger. Well, let's be thankful he's not, for many reasons. Ryu said, Daze, I've sent you some on X about Iguana on Patreon. Okay, thank you, Butts. Well, let's see if he is going to be on the show. Let's see if he does show up tonight. Blue World Sonic said Triple H tells Ron Killings to not smile his face and have his haircut. The fans lose their minds. What did you think after Monday Night Raw? Hashtag We Want Truth. Next, we want Carlito. What did I think? What about the Truth segment? I thought the Truth segment was excellent. The only thing I would say about the Truth segment is I don't know if he was nervous or just a bit like out of experience. But I don't know if you found this as well. I kept wanting him to look straight down the camera. I kept wanting him to like look and address us. But I don't know if he had a few cameras on him and he never quite knew which one he was. But I felt at times he was looking at the wrong camera. I sort of felt at times that, you know, it felt very rough, which I didn't mind. It sort of felt a little bit like, I mean, I'm sure they did rehearse it, but it had a very kind of, you know, the way he came through the crowd and the way that he sort of hijacked the show, you know, it kind of, they made it feel like it wasn't rehearsed and it wasn't part of the show. Like, do you know what I mean? He jumps on the commentary table, takes off his hoodie, starts like talking. I'd say the only kind of downside for me was that there was a few times where he just wasn't at the right camera. Again, it's not a big issue. It's nothing that's going to be like, you know, any kind of major problem. But yeah, there was just a few times I was like, oh, that would have more impact if you looked right at us and delivered that line. Another couple of little bits as well, like I think he said something like, "You're saying I'm a liar," like that. And I don't think people could quite hear what he said. He said something like, "You saying I'm a liar? I'm a lie," you know? And I think he was trying to set up the cutting of the hair. Like, you say I'm a liar, you say I'm just a gimmick, right? But there was a couple of little lines in there that I don't think people caught, because I think there was one bit where he says, you say I'm a liar, and you could audibly hear some people in the crowd like, what? What did he say? So just on some of the delivery, some of it, like the camera not quite right, some of the lines were a little bit like muffled rather than really being projected. But I'd imagine his blooming heart was going 10 to the dozen. I mean, when was the last time R-Truth got to cut a promo like that? You know, and I think as well, he knows this is a really meaningful promo. There's a lot of pressure on that promo. I mean, like, if he's a goof and he's a comedy guy and he messes it up, then, do you know what I mean? Like, you can easily disguise that and just be like, you know, whatever. Ugh, the goof just goofed. But with this, where he's trying to say goodbye to the R-Truth character and he's trying to say hello to Ron Killings and he's trying to really deliver it with impact. Yeah, I'd say a little bit, tiny bit, constructive criticism kind of stuff. A little bit could have been tighter in the builds, but the most important part he nailed, and that is the getting the scissors out, looking around, building the tension, cutting the hair, getting the shocked reaction, and then the most important bit after he's done that, the final bit of the promo, where he's really like talking about, I am Ron Killings, and really delivering that with punch. Yeah, nailed all of that bit. So a little bit in the build, could have been tighter. Camera's not quite right. Nothing that mattered. Cutting of the hair, needed it. I think it needed to really, you know, shock people and be like, oh, like, you know, it needed, you know, that kind of unpredictability. I mean, we didn't expect him to get cut. He got cut. We didn't expect him to come back. He came back. We didn't expect him to cut his hair in his first promo, and he did that. Like, there's an air of unpredictability about him, which is really good. There's an air of, oh, I need to watch R-Truth. I need to watch Ron Killings because this guy is delivering. Like, this guy's on a mission. That's how I feel. I feel like this is someone now that is being released from the shackles of being the comedy guy. And so now it feels like, yeah, I need to watch him. I need to watch him because he's got something to say. He's got a mission. I don't know what that mission is, and I hope he knows what the mission is. And that's what I need to hear next. Like, okay, we've just done the speech that talks about leaving R-Truth behind. I am Ron Killings. So, fine. And, you know, there was a little backstage thing where he's like, I'm in the drive-in seat now. Like, thank you, Truth, but I'm in the drive-in seat. And again, you know, if the message is we have really changed this character now, that message, I think, has been received, and cutting the hair really nailed that. But I think the next step now is, what's your goal? What are you going for? So you're back. The fans brought you back. You've changed your character, but what is the whole purpose of this? What have you been saved for? What have you changed your character for? What is the mission? What's the short-term mission? What's the long-term mission? Do we even know how long this contract is? Is it a year? Is it 12 months? Is it 2 years? You know, can that be built into the story? Can he say, I need to achieve this, this, and this before my time runs out? And I'm going to tell you now, my time runs out. WrestleMania 2027 is where my contract ends. And, you know, could you imagine if it was something like that and we knew the end date and we knew that he wants to achieve these things before he goes, and he is going on this date. There will not be a contract extension. That's already been discussed. This is when he goes. And I feel like that's kind of the next bit that we need to go to. Or what I would like, at least. He might pop up and attack someone. That would also be fine. But I would like to know what we're trying to achieve. I would like to know what we're trying to do. But if he like goes after Judgment Day because of how they treated him, I could sort of vibe with that. I could go with that. That would be a little thing. But ultimately, I'd like to know what the long-term plan is. If he goes after Judgment Day, you've sort of answered the question. I'm going after these people because they wronged me, and I'm not happy about it. So let me right that wrong. I mean, one of the people that wronged him, though, was Damien, who's now a face. So I don't really know how much you can go after Judgment Day, but you get my point, you know? So actually, no, I thought it was really good. I thought it was excellent. And I cannot wait to see what we do next, honestly. I think that it's very refreshing, actually. So, Blue Will Sonic, I hope you enjoyed it, buds. Steve said, Truth needs to go after those that made him look like a fool, like Judgment Day and The Miz. And he needs to go after the World Championship. I would like a Cena rematch, if possible, says Steve. Do we think NXT will live up to last week, said Stephen. Do you know what? I mean, the thing with NXT is it's been so good this year that I always kind of fear when I'm going into the NXT show that it's not going to live up to kind of where we've been. So if you ask me that question, do I think it'll be as good as last week? My honest answer is going into every NXT, I hope that it's as good as it has been in 2025. Because I don't want to see the show dipping in quality. And I think it's hard with NXT because you are moving on good talent on a fairly consistent basis. You know, you've lost Fraxium, so you can't rely on them now. You've lost Roxanne. You've lost Julia and Stephanie. I mean, at some point, you're going to lose some of the guys. You're going to lose Trick. You're going to lose Oba, whatever. So it's hard because you have to build like the next talent, the next wave. But it's hard to build those and have people care about those. You know, like you've got to be delivering the OMG moments, the swerves, the compelling stories, you know, working with your current big names, but you have to have time to be bringing through the next wave because that next wave is ultimately going to be your top talent just a bit further down the road. So I think that's always the big challenge. I would imagine that's the big challenge. That's what I would find the big challenge, trying to find that right balance. You can't go too heavy with the youngsters, the upcomers, because then you're sacrificing your big stars. But you can't go too heavy with your big stars because then when they go, you haven't been cooking that next level underneath. So you got to find that balance. So actually tonight, you know, we've got 2 championship matches and the 2 challengers you would probably say are both quite undeserving. I mean, Sean Legacy getting a shot is fine, but I mean, what do we know about Sean Legacy? He's only appeared on NXT a couple of times. We know him mainly because of watching him in Evolve, but even on Evolve, he's only featured a few times. I mean, he really is quite an unknown. I know that he's an indie guy. I believe he came through WWE ID. He's obviously knows his way around the ring. He's pretty well-rounded, very confident with a microphone in his hands. And, yeah, I mean, there's not loads that I know about him, though. So, yeah, we're kind of... That balance is really interesting because we've got 2 title matches with 2 big names, Oba and Ethan, but their challengers are really that next level underneath, aren't they? Sean Legacy, that's only just arrived, and Jasper Troy, who just came in from LFG, only just arrived. So I think if you are on board with probably not having any title change, I mean, I would imagine Ethan retains, and I would imagine that Oba retains. So if you're okay with watching championship matches where the champs are more than likely retaining, they should still be really good. They should be really good. Sean Legacy can go. He's a great wrestler. I don't know about Jasper Troy. I didn't watch LFG, did I? I mean, it was one of those where I was like, I'll catch up with it after. I had no idea it was going to go on as long as it did. I thought it was like 6 weeks, and that was it. I think it ended up being 10 or 12 or something. So, yeah. I mean, actually, what I might do is try and catch up with LFG whilst I'm away. So I've got like things that I need to try and catch up with. Let's go down. With the women's division so stacked with recent call-ups and all the talent in NXT, how will things look in a year or two? There are so many up-and-comers that I think there will be some big cuts eventually. With the women's division so stacked and recent call-ups, how will we look in a year or two? Oh, yeah, I mean, everyone's fighting for their jobs all the time. So, you know, if you are a Zoe Stark, I mean, I'd imagine you are just kind of devastated with this setback because you're out and you're injured and there's nothing you can do and all this amazing talent is arriving. And yeah, I mean, the problem is you've just not got much in the way of momentum, do you? And actually, you're going to have to get used by Triple H when you get back pretty cold. I mean, you're not going to have much in the way of reaction. It'll be nice to see her back when she's back, but she ain't going to be back this year. She's going to be back next year. And she hadn't really built herself like a massive name. You know, she was someone that people are aware of, they know, but like you're going to have to really trust in the creative that they've kind of got your back, really. Because I don't know that there's like loads of Zoe Stark stands out there. So, yeah, if you're Zoe Stark, you're probably like, oh my God, you know, I'm injured. There's nothing I can do. And I'm just going to have to trust that when I come back creative, I've got something for me. But I don't know, when they've got so many other people to play with, you know, that they're going to massively find something that engaging for Zoe. So, you know, if you were Zoe, you'd be like, this is just, I could understand her being really down at the moment, honestly. Going to get an update from her next week, actually. I hope it's good. I wish her all the very best, of course. But if you're someone that has been stuck in catering, if you're someone that has like really struggled to get onto TV, historically, that's obviously not a great sign, is it? So I don't know. Actually, I'm trying to think who else is like stuck in catering. Who I know that Zoe and Shayna were. I know Dakota had been a little bit. But, like, yeah, bottom line, if you're someone that's consistently in catering, it's not a good sign, is it? So, but the thing is, the other thing I would say is that you can't be down on bringing in the best talent possible. WWE needs the best available talent at all times. And really, wrestlers' jobs are to ensure that they are the best available talent. So, you know, where's the issue? Why am I in catering? Why am I not being used? These are hopefully conversations those talents are having. But to be honest, I don't know if they're going to get straight answers. I mean, you'd just want honesty, wouldn't you? I would. If I was sat in catering, I would just want honesty. Like, what is it? Is it my look? Do I need a new gimmick? So I can get a new gimmick. I can easily find a new gimmick. I can easily create something new. I'll even go and buy the costume in myself and whatever, right? And I'll get several ideas and show you different things. So if it's that, I can change it. If it's my in-ring, well, that's absolutely fine. I mean, I'll go to the PC on my days off and I'll work on new moves and I'll work on getting crisper and cleaner and, you know, is it my promos? No problem. I'll go to the PC on my days off. You know, I'll do that. It's not a problem. I mean, if you had made it to WWE, this would be what you'd been working your whole life towards. This is what you'd been dreaming of. I mean, you would not give up on that so easily, would you? You wouldn't get there and just, like, put your feet up. Which, I mean, I can't imagine you would. I mean, I've got to think that if you get there and you've got all these tools at your disposal. I mean, imagine if you're on the main roster and you said to them, I'd like to work on my promos a bit more. Like, is it all right if I go to the PC? Who's going to say no? Who's going to say no? Who's going to say no, I don't think you should? I mean, like, yeah, go. The facility is there to help people improve. And I've got to think that would show willing to learn and improve. And listen, this kind of stuff goes on. Actually, Natalia said Maxine has been doing a lot of work with her. So, you know, I know that, like, Maxine, she might not go to the PC, but she does do stuff with Natalia. And not only that, like, you see Chelsea Green popping up at the PC, and, you know, there's quite a few that swing by the PC. Normally when they're going through a bit of a recovery, or if they just need to go and do some gym work or something, like, they can go in and do some work there. So, Randy, when he was coming back from injury, was at the PC. Charlotte, when she was coming back from injury, was at the PC. You do hear of people around their injuries using the PC, but you do hear occasionally of people popping in to, also just kind of work on a few bits and bobs. Logan does, for example. He spends a lot of time with Sean and at the PC. I sort of feel like, there has to be some responsibility on the wrestlers as well, to be putting that extra work in to improve. But of course, I don't want to paint the wrong impression that like everyone that's been released deserves it, because that is just not true. This is what I said, like you'd hope that you were being told the truth. You would hope that if you went and knocked on the door, spoke to Triple H and went, why am I not being used? The answer you'd probably get is, we just don't have anything for you. And the next question is, why? Why? Why don't you have something for me? Like, what is it about me that is not getting any creative? Like, is it my promos? Is it my look? Is it my presentation? What is it? And we spoke about that, didn't we, yesterday, about Carrion? What would you say to Carrion if he said, what do I need to do? And, it's hard to find an answer for Carrion. But he finds himself just not being used on the shows, doesn't he? And everyone's kind of scratching their heads as a result. That's... The women's division is stacked. I don't think that is it's not like we should stop bringing in the best talent available. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Everyone needs to raise their game. And, it's one of those where iron sharpens iron. I mean, where we will be in a few years' time is we will have a killer women's division, because we've got a killer women's division. But it's down to those women to make sure that they are really, not being ignored, being used, improving. And as we said, iron sharpening iron. Can we see Logan turning face after John Cena? No, but no one's going to cheer Logan, are they? Logan is not respected. You can debate as to whether that's fair or not, but he is, he's not someone that has really earned respect. I think he's earned respect in regards to, as a celebrity wrestler, he's arguably the best we've ever seen. And I think he's earned respect in that he can do spots and moments that are impressive, like that moonsault, which was impressive to the outside. Springboard moonsault to the outside. And, he's done bits like when he smashed into Ricochet at the Royal Rumble, or frog splashed off the top turnbuckle onto the table. I mean, the guy can do spots. And, it doesn't get lost in a match. It's not like you watch his matches and it's just awful, but then he does a couple of spots like that. It's fine. It's fine. But it's not so much about that. I mean, what he isn't is he isn't Ospreay. He isn't Omega. He isn't like one of the best wrestlers in the world. He's someone that can get through a match and do a few spots. So, okay, as a celebrity, fantastic, and we've given him his flowers. As a wrestler, average. I mean, not really anything that special, honestly, right? Good look. He's got a good look. I was looking at him actually when he was in there, and like physique-wise, height-wise, he's got a good look. But his problem is that people just don't like him. Like the Crypto Zoo and all blah, 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 that kind of stuff, yeah. Prime and caffeine to kids. And I mean, there's just all this kind of negativity that's around him. And so people just don't like him. So you can turn him face and he can do nice things. No, people aren't going to cheer him, though. He's going to get boos. He's always going to get boos. So I don't think turning him face is the right move, because you're not going to get the crowd reactions that you want. And again, you can debate whether that's fair or not. I know we do have some low gang members in our community. I'm obviously not a big fan. He doesn't bother me as much as other celebrities, is my honest answer, because I don't want to see him be world champion. But other celebrities, they come in and they don't even have his look, like a Bad Bunny. I mean, honestly, he does not look like he could bother half of us, let alone the wrestlers. you know? So at least Logan has got like a good physique, good height to him. He's athletic. You know, he's done boxing. He did high school wrestling. Like, there's definitely stuff there that ticks boxes. But so, you know, at least he brings that, and he definitely puts the work in. I'll give him that as well. I don't think he just rocks up and just gives it a go. I think he is putting in work and training, and you know, I'll give him that as well. But there's not much more I'll give him, to be honest. He's not someone that I get excited for. I would prefer Logan over Kenny, says Kev. I like to see Logan take out all the other celebs, says Akeem. Well, he might go up in my estimation if he does that, to be honest. Robin said, what do we think about Grayson and Theory? I think they're splitting. Why don't they do a Theory face turn? I feel like they are. They have been teasing it for centuries. Well, I think they are pulling the trigger. We saw them arguing backstage, and we've got to be getting close to that now. So, yeah, I'm feeling like we're there or thereabouts. Daze, how are you today? Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. I hope you're okay. I'm doing okay. I am... Yeah, I'm doing okay. I was just thinking about England. Normally, if I speak to James, I'm normally speaking to him about sport. And I did not get a chance to watch England, but I did see the result. And it made me glad that I did not watch England. Was it as bad as it looked, James? Was it as bad as the score suggested? Because I was down here doing work and... yeah, I checked the score, saw it was 1-1, and then I saw that we ended up losing 3-1 to the mighty Senegal, who are a good team, but, you know. James said, I'm great, and we lost. Yeah, did we deserve to lose? Did we deserve it? You deserve it. We probably did. I know we played a bit of a weakened team, but even so, come on. Cal said, they drop Jordan Pickford and we lose. What do people expect? David said, don't forget we could see Seth Rollins' Money in the Bank cash in. What, tonight? Oh, I hope not. Why the hell would Seth want to win the NXT championship? I mean, first of all, he's already held it. It was the first one. And this is not a world championship. So what power does being the NXT champion bring you? No, I hope not. Although Triple H is booking, I wouldn't put it past him. Nathan said, I had a great day. I went to a flea market, got some Star Wars and wrestling figures, and an original NES Mini. Oof, that is a great day. Isn't that a saying? Just bite your lip and think of England. I think there is a saying that's like that, but it's not a saying that really gets used, to be honest. Yeah, I think, isn't it like when you're going through something, it's just like, you know, get through it and think of England, you know? There is like, I don't know if it is bite your lip and think of England. There's something about that that's not quite ringing true, but it's not a saying that I really have had in my life. But yeah, there is something around that. You are correct. England 3-1 against Senegal. You've got no chance at the World Cup. Yeah, to be honest, I don't expect us to win the World Cup because, well, first of all, we haven't since 1966. The other thing as well, it's in America, and obviously it's going to be really warm. It's going to be really hot over there. I don't think we don't really do our best in those kind of climates. I think if it was in Europe, if it was like a Germany World Cup or in France or, you know, maybe even Spain, I think we would be okay. But I don't know. I don't have much confidence in us traveling over to America and doing much. I think we've got a good squad and we've got a good manager. But realistically, are we going to win the thing? No. Are we going to reach the final? No. Obviously, we don't know the groups or anything yet, but if we get to a semi-final, I'll be thrilled. I mean, I think we probably reach maybe a quarter-final and then go out. So, yeah, the concern is that this was a weakened team. I mean, it was not our strongest 11, but still had some big names in there. Still had Harry Kane and whatnot, but yeah, hopefully some lessons learned, honestly. Hopefully this is, some lessons learned. I mean, that's all you can hope, really. Not great at all. I think New Day see Grayson and Waller as a possible threat to their tag titles, says Jim. Cal said with Logan, it's always going to be hard to get him over. If he wins the belt, it would go way. He could have a Mayweather effect where people just watch to see him lose and no one watches at all. Risky move, says Cal. Logan has had more belts than Jake Roberts, and that is sickening. Jake was one of the greatest of all time, which is a worrying about the state of WWE. Tony said, did we discover anything exciting in this beautiful day in Telford? No, not really. I mean, to be honest, took me ages to kind of get caught up with Unseen. I mean, I think because Raw was so stacked and there were so many talking points, my notifications were just full of like R-Truth things, Cena and CM Punk, Mr. Iguana, new champion, reaction to Jay speaking after Raw. There was just loads. There was just so much. It just took a while to get Unseen together, honestly. And I really, the thing was, because I knew it was going to be a delayed and a later one, it kind of puts a bit more pressure on, like, I've got to make this good. I really don't want this to be, like, delayed and then people watch it and it's mid. So I was like, I put a bit of extra pressure on myself, really, to make sure it was worth it. And I think it was in the end. I mean, the reaction to it has been really, really good. And people have, like, enjoyed watching it, which is brilliant. I mean, obviously that's what I hope for. So yeah, by the time I'd done all that, got it uploaded and then got off to bed, like, it was obviously getting on a little bit. So no, honestly, I got up, had something to eat, started kind of, prepping for this stream, prepping for the member stream. No, it never really takes too long, but just doing a few bits. And it's one of those where, like, honestly, you just sort of turn around and it's like, right, no, I've got to do the member stream now. So member stream, straight into this stream. That's it, really. I mean, it's, I've got a routine, I've kind of got a bit of a schedule where it's kind of like working on videos, go to bed, get up, set up for streams, do the streams, work on videos, go to bed, round we go. So yeah, no, nothing exciting. I haven't been out anywhere or done anything like that. So no, sadly not. James said we played okay in the first half. Second half, we just got complacent. We were giving the ball away too easy. They capitalized and they definitely deserved to win. Well, hopefully, if the game wasn't a friendly, it was a bit more meaningful, that we would be a bit tighter, but I don't know that I have much confidence about that. Henry the Hoover said, do we think that we'll find out what name Mariah May is going to go under tonight, or will they put it off for another week or two? It's a good question. I mean, the honest answer is there's no way of knowing, is there? I mean, if they have got something that they need her to do, then you move, don't you? You get it done. If there's not really anything lined up and they can, just show her, bring her out, have her do a little backstage talk, or have her cut another little promo on that platform. If there's not like an urgent need to reveal the name, then you could always kick it down the road. That's what they did with Ricky, as you said. So I think the honest answer is it's going to depend what the creative is. If they've got something lined up and ready to go for her, then, well, let's get going and you need to get her name out there. If not, and it can like be kicked down the road a little bit. I mean, I don't know. She came in earlier than I was expecting. They moved quicker than I was expecting. Sometimes they might move so quick they haven't got all their ducks in a row. Part of it is that they might not have the entrance worked out. They might not have the music sorted. They might not have like the name finalized. And You know, part of it could be all of that not everything has come together yet and it's not quite ready yet. And I think once they've got everything sorted, then you can kind of roll with it. So if I'm a guessing man, I'm going to say that you won't find out her name tonight. If I'm a guessing man, I'm going to say that they haven't got everything kind of together. Like, I think the same was true with Ricky. And that maybe this week is another week we don't find out. But I have nothing to base that on. I have nothing to base that on other than she came in earlier than I was expecting. Didn't even know she was out of AEW, honestly. And so I don't know if everything's sorted. And it does feel a bit similar to Ricky, doesn't it, in that regard? So, complete guess. I'll say that we don't, but we absolutely could. Blue Roll Sonic said, Daze, Logan turning babyface will be a surprise, not even close. Logan turning babyface will be a surprise, not even close. I don't know what you mean by that, buds. I don't know what that means. Rob said, when 85% of the audience would gladly clap if he fell into a sinkhole, nothing they do could turn him babyface. I mean, they just don't like him. You're not going... The problem is, when you see him, people see someone that is, like, spoiled, someone that has been given probably more chances than they deserve, someone that's out for themselves, and they're not basing that on the character. They're not basing that on what they see on the show. They're basing that on him and what they know about him and the Crypto Zoo stuff. So, you know, you can have him try and save the day. You know, you can have him do, like, you know, save Cody and all this kind of stuff. People are just not going to care. They're not going to warm to him. He's just not a likable person to many, many people. I think if you're in the low gang and you ride with him and you watch his videos and you enjoy his content, you're not going to feel the same way that others feel. It's maybe not going to make sense to you, but for the wider world, he is not seen as a positive, like, person. He is not seen as someone that, you know, we want to rally behind, and it's got absolutely nothing to do with wrestling and his wrestling presentation. It's got nothing to do with, like, him being arrogant and holding the belt up or anything. Like, it's just all to do with him as a person. Yeah, it's gonna be... I just don't see how you turn him face. I mean, you can do it. You can turn him face. You can have him be a nice person. You can have him, like, saying lovely things to the crowd. I get you don't like me, but I really like you, and I love wrestling, and I always have, and all that kind of stuff. And listen, there's some people out there that you will be able to change the mind of, because there's people out there that are passionately against him. There's people out there that don't mind him, and it's just like, you know, they're indifferent. There's people out there that don't like him, but they don't hate him. There's people out there that like him. There's people out there that love him. I mean, there is a sliding scale of reaction, like, but it's just that at the moment he's a heel and people don't like him, and so it's overwhelmingly negative. So if you change his presentation, I think you will shift some people, but some people would be a drastic minority. So yeah, I mean, the Logan conversation, we can have it. There's not much I can really contribute or say other than people just don't like him, and I just don't see how that moves or how that changes. Days with Punk Cena happening in Saudi. What do you think the big SummerSlam match is going to be? I think Cena Cody feels like the direction. Didn't they have Logan be a face back in 2022 when he faced The Miz and Roman Reigns? Well, when he faced Roman, I mean, that was over in Saudi, so I can't remember the reactions when we were over in Saudi. I mean, the thing is, that's a little bit different because he is obviously such a big influencer. He's kind of known around the world. The Saudi crowd got that main event because he's a big name, and to be honest, I still don't think they were massively behind him. I think the crowd was still with Roman and still with, like, you know, the tribal chief and acknowledging him and all of that. So even in that situation, I think that match was done because it was Saudi Arabia. When it comes to Saudi Arabia, you want to put on big names, you want buzz, you want star power. So you do Logan Paul, one of the biggest influencers in the world, against Roman Reigns, one of the biggest wrestlers in the world, and you just do it as a bit of a weird exception main event, you know? I mean, Saudi is just, that's what it does, you know? Saudi is just, you just put on these kind of big bonkers exception main events. And, you know, we've seen things like DX, Shawn Michaels coming back, and Brothers of Destruction, and Undertaker versus Goldberg. And do you know what I mean? Like, we've done those kinds of matches in Saudi. So that one, I would say, I actually don't know that he was a face in that regard. I don't know as to if they even really massively cared. I think they just wanted to get some big star power on that. When he was first around, yes, he was kind of doing a bit of face stuff, him against The Miz, and honestly, the reactions were kind of not overwhelmed. They weren't overwhelmingly negative, but I think what it was just like he was new in. People were watching like him as a performer for the first time. He was quite impressive, and actually, I think what you had at that time is actually, do you know what? I don't like the guy, but he's pretty good at this. As a celebrity, he's pretty good at this. So actually, what you had at that time were boos. People still weren't with him, but you had some of his fans around, and you had a little bit of that sort of intrigue, you know. So it's like Logan's here and they're trying to, you know, put him in some matches and well, let's see how he does. And then he, you know, does, you know, some fun moments and people enjoyed it. So what I would say is that I don't think either of those got him great positive reactions. I mean, at no point has he been getting like massive cheers, but I don't think it was at those times as negative as it is now, because they have leaned more into him being a heel, right? But what has changed is that I think there's been a bit more talk about the whole crypto zoo stuff, and I think there's a bit more awareness about that. And not only that, I think the intrigue of him has died off now. I think, like, for me personally, I was in that situation where I was watching him and I was like, do you know what? As a celebrity, he's good. I mean, we did give him his flowers. He's had his flowers. So we gave him his flowers. He's athletic. He can do some really good spots. They obviously present him really well. And it's like, there we go, you know, well done. But at what point do you go, okay, that was that. That's him as a celeb. But now he's still here, you know. He's still around. And I've seen the moves that he does. I've seen the spots that he does. I'm not impressed with like those spots. Like, I want to see good storytelling. I want to see back and forth. I want to see selling. I want to see emotion. I want to see drama. I want to see digging deep. I want to see someone being beaten down and coming back. Like, spots help because, you know, they're like impressive moments throughout a match, but they're not everything. So for me, like, there's a lot that he does not do. There's a lot that he doesn't give in his matches. But he'll do a spot that will grab attention and people just get fixated on that. So, yeah, for me, he's fine. You know, he's an NXT level talent. He's not God's gift to wrestling. He's not the greatest thing we've ever seen, not even remotely close. I think he's great for a celebrity, but he's a celebrity that keeps hanging around, keeps having matches, and he is someone that is human. He's human, and he's doing exactly what you would expect. You know, he's having matches that are grabbing attention because of their spots, but actually, you know, this is not Shawn Michaels, this is not AJ Styles. This is someone that is trying to do the best they can with the skill set that they've got. And, you know, I think you've got to give them full marks for getting as much out of him as what they have. But I don't know. For me, if he was to leave now, there would be no tears shed. You know, I don't feel like wrestling has lost one of its greatest ever performers. It's fine. You know, if he's going to have a match on a PLE, you know it's probably not going to stink the place out, right? You know that it's going to have some moments because they'll make sure it has moments. So you know that it's not going to be a disaster. But equally, I also know I'm not going to feel any emotional connection to it. I also know I don't care about him as a person. And I also know that I have no desire to see him really get anywhere or do anything of note. I have no interest in him. So for me, I don't know. It's one of those. He doesn't do anything for me. I'm not interested in him. But as a celebrity wrestler, he is probably the best I've ever seen. I don't think I could tell you anyone that's impressed me more. Henry said, I still think Bad Bunny is the one that impressed me the most. Logan was expected to be athletic given his background. Bunny was surprisingly good given the probable lack of experience, says Henry the Hoover. Wrestle with Andy said, Daze, what if the Usos reunite for a while? Jimmy isn't doing anything. I think that'd be a little bit of a shame, to be honest, just because, like, I think Jay has obviously gone on to be a world champion, won the Royal Rumble. He's trying to improve with his singles matches. I think if he teams with Jimmy, we're just going sort of backwards. Jimmy needs to find something for himself, and Jay has found something that has connected with the audience. So I wouldn't go back, honestly. Keep exploring until it's done. Keep exploring until it's exhausted. I would like to see Jimmy join up with Solo. I think Jimmy as a heel makes sense in my mind, because I think if he's going to be a face, he's going to be compared to Jay, and I think that's a bad comparison because Jay is so over that it's like it's going to be hard to kind of stand out on your own. But if he was a heel, you know, then you can maybe do something. So, yeah, I would turn Jimmy heel, put him with Solo. I'm interested in exploring that. I wouldn't hate. I mean, I don't know what you do with JC, but, I mean, I would like Gorillas of Destiny to be a tag team. Let's have Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa as a tag team. Get them away from Solo. Have JC, Solo, and Jimmy as a little group. Down for that. Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, when they're ready to get going, you've got Gorillas of Destiny. Let's just have them as a tag team. If you need Hikuleo with them, let's do that. Hikuleo, Tama Tonga, Tonga Loa, Gorillas of Destiny, done. Solo, JC, and Jimmy, done. And Jay, well, look, he lost his title, and he obviously now, I don't know what his future's going to look like. He's going to have to go down a different path, but I mean, I still think you've got the kids. I still think you can use him and tell stories with him. I still think he's a big star. I wouldn't give up. I wouldn't put him back with Jimmy. But I don't know. Maybe in the short term, if you really don't have anything for him, you know. Best Gamer said, I'm going to go to Raw next week. Should I record any pre-show stuff? I think just have a great time, honestly. I'm always a bit worried about people that go to the shows that, like, want to send stuff over, because I'd just rather people go and have just a great time rather than worry about, should I record this, shall I do that, and whatever. It's, you know, go, have fun. That's priority number one. In regards to the kind of things that we would look for, I mean, anything that's kind of, you know... anything that's not really shown on TV, or, you know, like when a match is over and a wrestler gets out the ring, sometimes they might, you know, do something where they'll go over and speak to another wrestler, or speak to the announcer, or interact with the crowd. I mean, normally it's pretty standard stuff, but sometimes you can get some interesting little moments, you know. It's hard to say, honestly, because 99% of it will be shown on TV, and the stuff that isn't is normally a bit dull. So it's trying to find any kind of gem, really, that's kind of hidden in there. So it's kind of hard to say what you would look for, but, like, you know, imagine if you did a match, there was a match, and then afterwards there's a little altercation in the entranceway. Maybe you do Sammy versus Seth. And then afterwards, Sammy's walking away. Seth goes over, grabs him. They have a little word in the entranceway, and Sammy's like, forget you, walks off. You know, something like that maybe isn't shown on TV, but it's just a little moment that those kind of little bits, you know. Those kind of little bits are the bits that people are probably most interested in because, well, it's just a little bit extra that we never saw. So, but again, I wouldn't want people going to shows really looking specifically for anything like that. I'd much rather people go and just have a great time. I think people can be a bit too lost in like getting content on their phones, you know. I mean, obviously, when I used to go to the shows, there wasn't mobile phones, there wasn't like the ability to record, so I was fortunate enough where I could just go and just enjoy the show. But now, like, you see a load of people behind their phones kind of, do you know what I mean, recording everything, and it's like, man, I hope those people don't regret that. I hope they still get to enjoy the show as well, you know, rather than just like recording everything. So yeah, go have a great time. But if you do see anything, you go, oh, look at that, I need to get this, then yeah, definitely record it, ping it over, appreciate it. But yeah, priority number one, just have a great time. Matteo said, Daze, what are the predictions for tonight? Also, have you noticed that Jay wins title matches, he loses it to a person he got it from, like Braun and now Gunther? It's just a little fact that I thought of, says Matteo. Matteo, shout out to you. Predictions for tonight, don't really have any because I don't really know what the lineup is. Match-wise, I'm aware of 2 title matches. I expect both champs to retain. Mariah May, I think we'll see her, but I don't know that we get a new name because I don't know that everything is lined up and ready to go. Tony, hopefully we get a bit more progression with the Tony story. And honestly, that's all I've seen that's been announced. So I think it'll be, I mean, look, NXT's been great in 2025. So I'm expecting another show that's hopefully going to keep that momentum going. But we have been spoiled with some really good episodes recently. So I can't say that it's going to match what we've been enjoying recently. I can't really go in with that kind of expectation, but I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that it's going to be a good show. I'm hopeful that it's going to be something worthwhile and, you know, we'll kind of come away from it like, wow, NXT again, just really delivered. The problem is that Raw was so good yesterday. NXT has got to work really hard to be special, you know? Even if tonight's show is its usual standard, it still might not be as good as what Raw was yesterday. Because, I mean, we had the return of Bayley, we had the Ron killing stuff, we had new world champion, we had Cena and CM Punk, we had fatal 4-way matches, which were fun, and the winners mattered because it was King and Queen of the Ring. Like, it was just a steady stream of talking points, you know? It was just segments that mattered. I mean, honestly, yesterday is the kind of show we should have been getting on the road to WrestleMania. Yesterday put the road to WrestleMania to shame. Yesterday, Raw, it was one of the best episodes of the year. I mean, I actually I checked to see there's if ever I want to know how a show is done. For me personally, I might have a look at Cage Match, but I don't tend to do that for Raw and SmackDown because there's not enough votes. So I tend to go and have a look at 411 Mania because those guys put out reviews for all the shows. And I know that they're normally a bit higher than what I am, but it just gives me an idea as to kind of what they, you know, it gives me a reference. And I'm sure you guys have got your places you go to get like an idea as to how the shows were and if it was in line with what you think. And 411 Mania is the one that I would probably go to just double check. And I went and had a look later, like in the morning, and they'd put their review up and they gave it a 9. And they are higher than me, to be honest. They consistently tend to be higher than me. But yeah, they gave it a 9. So I was like an 8.25, and they went 9. And so that just made perfect sense to me because I was like, well, they're normally a bit higher than I am. And also, there's a few people in the community as well where I'm normally there or thereabouts with in regards to scores. And whenever I do like the opinions videos, there's a few people I know that I'm kind of there or thereabouts with. And all of those people were around that kind of 8 mark as well. So, I mean, yeah, everything about yesterday just kind of suggested it delivered. People were just really enthused, excited, lots of talking points. You had your J fans. I mean, it was kind of funny because there was also people like this, one of the worst episodes of the year. And I think it's because they were J fans and they were just devastated that he'd lost the belt. So, I mean, you had that as well, you know, that was also happening at the same time. So, you know, obviously feel for those people. I know what it's like to have someone that you really enjoy as a champion losing that belt and for that to kind of come to an end. But it was going to happen at some point, you know. So hopefully they're not too down. Calvin said, why does Triple H despise LA Knight and Austin Theory? Well, I think, to be honest, with Austin Theory is a bit of his own worst enemy. I don't think Austin Theory has really stepped up since NXT. I think that Austin Theory probably needed a run in NXT where he was NXT champion, and probably needed a run in NXT where he had that kind of responsibility on him to do live promos. And, you know, if you actually think about the way that he got brought through, it's been quite messy. I mean, he was one of Seth's disciples back in 2020. So, you know, we've kind of really faffed around with him. I feel really sorry for him, actually. I think we've really messed him around. So he is definitely someone that has kind of been given a push, and then he doesn't have the push. He gets given big opportunity. Don't think he really knocked it out the park. I mean, that feud with John Cena was just not it. His title runs were just not it. Him being with Vince. Do you remember when Vince was with him and he had the whole golden egg thing? I mean, his matches and promos and things around that time were just not it. I mean, really, he's got a good look, but I don't know that there's like much else that's really backing it up. I can't sit here and make a big argument that he's like God's gift to wrestling. I can't really sit here and make an argument that he's, you know, special and, you know, this talent that's been massively overlooked. I think he has to take some of the responsibility in that when opportunity has come his way, he hasn't killed it. He hasn't like knocked it out the park. So, but I'm not down on him. I really like him. I think he has got a good look. I've seen him have some good matches. And I just hope that he can like really start putting it together. He feels a bit to me like Liv. Liv was someone that had, you know, look, she was blonde, she's attractive, right? She's always had a great look. Even when she was in NXT, she had a great look because she's, you know, a stunning girl. She looks amazing, right? So that was never a problem. It was just her promos were a bit flat and her in-ring was a bit limited. I would say Theory is a better wrestler than what Liv was. I think he's a bit better in-ring than she was. But it still feels like Summer is missing. It still feels like the pieces have not quite fallen into place. Something has not clicked. Now, we turned Liv heel and it just flipping, everything fell into line. Her promos now are just, she's like a woman possessed. This is not the same girl that I watched a few years ago when she was a babyface, you know, and her promos were very like now there's so much character and charisma. She is so comfortable. She's worked it out. She understands, she gets it, it works. She's a superstar. So, I mean, look, Theory to me has still got to go through that. There is going to be either a character change or something that is going to hopefully make this all click and fall into place. Yeah. The only way I can word it is he's not found his voice. He's not found his voice. He's not found the right way to express himself yet. It's a little bit like, imagine you're a really creative person and you try singing and it's just not working for you. Like, you're not a great singer. And so you're like, okay, it's not that. I'm going to try painting. So you try painting. It's like, no, It's not that. I can't paint. And then say you try dancing and you're like, rubbish. You haven't got the timing or whatever. And you're like, no, it's not that. But you've got, you're creative. You want to express yourself. There's something you want to get out, but you just don't know what it is. And then, you find acting, you become an actor and you're amazing. Yeah. I feel like with Theory, you can try him as a face, you can try him as a heel, you can try him as a klutz, you can try him as a comedy guy, you can try all these different things. We've seen signs of it working, but I don't think it's ever quite clicked. And the only hope is, as he gets a bit older, as he gets a bit more experience, as he starts to figure things out, hopefully at some point it does click. So yeah, Theory, I can't massively blame Triple H. He's given him opportunity, and I don't think Theory has knocked it out the park. Should he have more opportunity? Well, yeah, but at some point you got to draw the line, haven't you? And I think we just got to the point where they put them in the tag team, and to be honest, even that team didn't massively work. It's not like that team of coming out with like gold, like great banter. The other thing I'd point to is, if you are a talent and you make it to WWE and you get to the main roster, there is a responsibility on your shoulders to maximize the opportunity. Where was the great Grayson Theory TikToks, Instagram shorts, fun little bits? Where's the promos where they're just laying into different teams? Where's the buzz that they're creating themselves? Yeah? I mean, like, it's just... There was just nothing, was there? I mean, it's just been really quiet, and they've just been waiting to be used. It's kind of like you're in catering and you're just going to sit there and wait until you get used. And honestly, if you're going to sit there and wait, you might sit there and find yourself getting cut. So I find Theory very frustrating because I see a real talent there. Same with Grayson. I think there's a real talent there, and I really want this to work. But I can't really sit here and give you loads of examples of what they've been trying to do to make it work. So maybe they have. Perhaps they've been going up with loads of ideas behind the scenes, and I'm just not privy to that. I can only judge on what I see and if they maximize their opportunities, and I don't think they've been doing it. In regards to LA Knight, a little bit different. I think that he is someone that's got a good catchphrase. I think he's got a good connection with the fans. I think his problem is that he joined WWE quite late. I think that he was brought in as someone to be fodder for the card. The card needs good, reliable wrestlers. They're not the people that are going to be your top stars, but they're people that are going to be used to feud with the top stars and put the top stars over, right? Think about your Otises. Think about your Tozawas. Think about, the people that are, your Mustafa Ali's, your, who else is around that kind of mid-card? I suppose the people that kind of really battle your Ricochets, your Sami Zayn was in that spot for a long time. That kind of mid-card scene, your Carlitos, those people that are there to kind of put others over, but they're good, they're reliable. You're not going to cut them, because they serve a purpose. And I really believe LA Knight was brought in at quite a late stage in his career because he is good, reliable. You need a tag guy, use him. You need a guy for a faction, use him. You need him to put some people over, fine. You need someone to carry a mid-card belt for a while, great. You need someone to do a talk show segment, sure. You need someone that's going to have a little connection with the crowds, just kind of pick them up like for a, fun little segment. Yeah, he can do that. He ticks a lot of boxes. But what I don't think they looked at him and saw was, that's our world champion. That guy right there is going to connect with the crowd, and he is going to be a world champion. And honestly, I don't think they ever saw that in him. So the booking has never been there for him to get to that level. It's never been there for him to achieve those things because they never planned those things for him. So don't forget, when they called him up to be Max Dupree, to be this manager. And I think they would have moved him away from that eventually, but that's how they brought him up. They brought him up to be this Max Dupree manager. They tried to give him this new gimmick, right? And I think eventually he would have broke away and, gone on to have done other things, but that's how they brought him in, right? And so, yeah, this is not someone that they saw as the next big thing. This is not someone that they saw as a, big future world champion. The only reason they are investing in him to the point they even have is the fans. The fans have kind of forced WWE to do more with him than they were planning on doing. And so whilst that fan support is still around, they are obviously going to keep giving him opportunity. But unfortunately, it's not quite the opportunity that people, I think, are looking for. I think he is someone that speaks his mind backstage. I think he is someone that, I think will, quite happily tell it as it is. He'll put a few noses out of joint if needed. He's a bit of a veteran, been there, done it. He's got no problems in, telling someone how it is. And honestly, I just sort of think like Triple H just doesn't really see him as being someone that he wants to massively invest in, wants to give like loads of TV time to, give like world championships to. I just don't think he's looking for that. Honestly, I don't think that's what he sees LA Knight doing. So the reason that he's using him so much and putting him in feuds and whatever is the fans. It is coming down to the fans. It's coming down to what are his TV segment views like, what's his Google searches like, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. It's the fans and the fan support that has got him this far. So why do I think they won't push him further? I think some of that fan support has settled. I also think there's other options that Triple H prefers. Rather than going with an LA Knight, he wants to go with a Jacob. He wants to go with a Gunther. He wants to go with a Jey Uso that got himself massively over. He's obviously got Seth. He's got Bron Breakker that he's interested in. Like, there's just this list of people that he prefers that is further along. If his options were more limited, then you might find that he would pull the trigger on LA Knight. Because go back a couple of years, the crowd support was overwhelming. So, yeah, he could pull the trigger a few years ago, but I just don't think they ever fancy it. I don't think that they've ever seen that for him. That's what the rumour mill said anyway. That's certainly what the word on the street was that he was not brought in to be like the guy or a world champion, but just a good steady hand to have around. Raw was about an 8, said Matteo. It was the best Raw since the Raw after Mania 41. The Punk Cena promo was great. Gable Styles was... Both the Fatal 4-Ways were awesome. Asuka return was spoiled. Bayley, Mid-J lost. I wonder who the mystery person is, says Matteo. Tony said, are there any free agents that we want in WWE? Maybe a stable from the NWA like Southern Six that can feud with Wyatt Six. I don't watch, do I, other promotions? So, we're very WWE focused. So I can't tell you what's going on in NWA. I wouldn't even pretend to try. We did used to watch it going back about 5 years, but they actually went behind a paywall, and I think it drove a lot of people away. They've come back now. I think they're on YouTube these days, but sadly they lost quite a bit of the audience, which is honestly a real shame. I did really used to enjoy doing those streams, and there was a lovely community that we had. So, yeah, no, I mean, I don't know who's out there. I mean, obviously, if it comes to, like, New Japan or it comes to AEW, I stand a bit of a better chance. I've got a little more awareness, but not loads. Certainly not when it comes to New Japan. That promotion has kind of fallen away in my eyes since AEW started. They've kind of took a lot of their, like, really best-known talent. So, yeah, no, I not really, honestly. I mean, I think if you look at where some of the talent is coming from, they're picking up the likes of Mariah May from AEW, Ricky Starks from AEW, Ethan Page from AEW. Like, I couldn't even tell you if they picked anyone up from NWA. I don't even think they have. I can't think of anyone that's come straight from NWA into WWE. So, yeah, it seems like, AEW has been quite the feeding ground. And obviously we've got ID where we're getting that indie talent. We're getting, well, Mr. Iguana might pop up on the show tonight. So, yeah, the talent's coming from a lot of different places. I can't think of the last time anyone came direct from the NWA, though. It's not really been very fruitful historically. Big Time said it feels like they've got a fire lit under them after the Raw number dropped last week. At some point, I could imagine Triple H is saying, okay, let's shake things up, says Big Time. James said, would be interesting to see the Righteous in NXT. They're free agents. Or maybe let them sign with TNA. They could always be used as well with that partnership. They are on Twitter now, but NWA... they're on Twitter now with the shows. Are they? You have to go to Twitter, do you, to watch their shows? That's interesting. I didn't know that. But they've just signed a deal with Roku. Well, look, it takes my time keeping on top of WWE and everything that they're doing, so I really don't pay it much attention. But... yeah, look, if people watch it, I hope they enjoy it. I hope it's still an entertaining product. It was excellent when we watched. Back in 2020, and I've said this before, Nick Aldis was like the champ. You had Camille. You had Ricky Starks, now known as Ricky Saints. You had Eddie Kingston. You had Thunder Rosa. There was a lot. There was a lot of like really great talent. Aaron Stevens, who obviously was Damian Sandow, he was on that show as well. There's a lot of people that were there at the time that have now gone on to bigger and better things. LA Knight was there. Blooming hell, forgot. He was there as Eli Drake, so he was on that show as well. We were watching him on NWA Power. So, yeah, it was really good, really fun. Streams were never that big of a deal, honestly, but... they were always worth doing because it was such a fun show. In many ways, it was kind of like Evolve. The streams for Evolve are not that big of a deal for us, but I do it because I just I love the product. And that's how I felt about NWA Power, yeah. Uncle Revel said, I'd never heard of Mr. Iguana until Worlds Collide. At first, my serious wrestling brain was going to crash. The kid inside of me won over, though, and I can't wait to see more Mr. Iguana. We do forget to have fun, says Uncle Revel. Big Time said NXT booted the NWA with the CW deal. Matteo said, Daze, it's a crazy prediction, but you know how the mystery person will go against Reed, Rusev, and Sheamus. What if it's Jasper Troy, and we let him win? And we put Oba in a match. I want Carrion, though. Obviously, I'm going to say I can't see that. I'm going to say that I can't see it being a case that it's going to be Jasper Troy. Reason why I say that is because, I just don't think he's ready for that kind of exposure. I don't think he's ready for Raw and having a Raw match. So I really wouldn't expect that. But... I wonder if it's Ilya. Ilya is the one that I'm thinking because he was on the main roster. He's been away for a long time. He was injured. It's probably been about 12 months. I think it might have been more August, September, though. But, we're getting to the point where if he made a quick recovery, maybe... But I don't know, honestly. I don't think Carrion, honestly, because why would you put Carrion in as a mystery? Why would you put Carrion in as a mystery? That doesn't make much sense to me. You're announcing Randy Orton, you're announcing Asuka, but then you'd put Carrion in as a mystery. I feel like the mystery is surely someone returning or some surprise that's going to get a reaction. Which again would for me be like not Jasper Troy. Trick or Oba being called up and that being their official call up. Could be something like that. But I think if ever you do a mystery, you're doing it because you don't want to announce it because you want the reaction. So I've got to think a reaction is what they're banking on. And so it must be someone we know. It must be someone that we're aware of. Which is why Jasper Troy, I don't think, works, because Jasper Troy, you know, most people won't know who he is. I mean, unless you watched LFG. But I don't think the ratings for LFG were that crazy, honestly. It wasn't like, you know, 1 million people were tuned in. Kev says, my friend passed away today. The stream is helping. Oh, Kev, I'm so sorry to hear that, buds. I'm so sorry to hear that. I've been in that situation before as well, and there's nothing you can say. I mean, there's nothing you can say. So, yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. I hope that I hope you're looking after yourself, because it's one of those that honestly is just can really knock you for six, can't it? So I'm really sorry to hear that, but I wish that, you know, whenever we get things like that, I always wish there was something I could say. I always wish there was some sort of words of encouragement, but the truth is there's just not. It's just heartbreaking, and you just have to sort of go through the grief, you know. But just remember that your friend wouldn't want you to be like devastated, wouldn't want you to be like down. Just like look after yourself, honestly. Just, yeah, horrible. Undercover Manager said it's going to be Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry would make sense. Joe Hendry would make sense. I could see Joe Hendry. I mean, again, he'd get a reaction, wouldn't he? And honestly, I think that whoever it is, I could see them winning as well. I did say this on social media. I think that if you look at Rusev and Sheamus, they are in a feud, so they are probably going to be occupied with each other. I would imagine that they will be kind of all over each other, and it's going to be very difficult for either of them to win, because the other one's going to stop the other one, right? Then that just leaves you Big Bronson Reed, who, you know, LA Knight has made it very clear he's trying to take out that group. So he took out Bron Breakker, and I don't know if you saw Unseen or even the clip, but backstage he was like 3-2. So, you know, there's 3 of them in that group: Seth, Bronson, Bron. I've dealt with 1, 2 to go. So he's making it very clear he's going after Seth and he's going after Bronson. So if Bronson is in that match, I've got to think LA Knight makes his presence felt. So LA Knight could deal with Bronson, Sheamus and Rusev deal with each other, and then that leaves us with just the mystery person to get the win. And if it is a mystery person, if it is someone exciting, if it is someone coming back from injury, or a Joe Hendry or something like that, then I've got to think that gives them a better chance of going through. So yeah, I'm struggling to see it being Carrion. I don't know why you would do that as a mystery. I'm thinking a Joe Hendry, a NXT call-up, a Ilya Dragunov, someone along those lines. Maybe a Goldberg, but I doubt it. But something that's going to get a reaction. Then, yeah, I could see them getting through. But I think the semi-final then looks like it might have to be against Cody, because Cody's in the other one. I think Cody might get through. So if it is Joe and he gets through, he might end up going out in the semi-finals to Cody. Matteo said, I wrote my last message wrong. I meant to say, what if Oba is in the match as a mystery? Yeah. Making him lose tonight. Giving Jasper... Oh, I see what you're saying now. So, not that Jasper's in that match, but maybe Oba loses to Jasper. Well, there's a chance of that, definitely, right? I think it's unlikely, because if you're going to put the belt on someone that's not Oba, is Jasper Troy the person you would choose? I mean, he's unknown. We have done a kind of... putting the belt on someone new, like we did it with Ethan very quickly. Ethan, though, had, you know, a career where people knew who he was, but I hadn't followed his career. So Ethan was not someone that I had a massive awareness of, but I knew of him. I knew that he'd been around for a long, long time. Jasper has got no experience. I believe he's come through next in line. He has got a good size to him, though. But, I don't know, to put the belt on him, like, immediately. I mean, but if you want a big OMG talking point, maybe, but don't know. I've got to file it under unlikely. I don't even know that Oba's going to be called up and is going to be that mystery person. And if he was to lose the title, would it be to a Jasper Troy? So, yeah, I mean, it's a great shout because there's a chance. I don't know that it's a big chance, but yeah, it's a chance. I'm not going to sit here and say it's impossible because it is possible. It is possible that they want to get moving with, Oba. And a bit like Stephanie, she took on JC and, we were all shocked that she lost. But we have done a fair bit of that recently. So are we really going to do it again here? And is Jasper Troy the right person to actually be the one to carry this belt? I have no idea. I haven't seen him, so I can't comment, but I know he's not bringing much experience. 9.Holiday said, give Vor peanut butter a go today. I am a big fan. What, you gave Vor peanut butter? I don't even know what that is. Is that must be some brand? Well, I honestly, I hope that it was a success for you, my friend. I didn't realise you was looking for a new brand, but as I said, I hope it went very well. Seems like it did. Hendry said they pulled the trigger on Ricky Saints with the title. Well, yeah, but not the top title. I mean, not the NXT Championship. I mean, that really is, a belt that a lot of people have not even held. It's, it's a belt that, like, say, Austin Theory never had, for example. So it's, I don't know. I mean, like, to put that onto someone like Jasper Troy, I mean, I think we can all be in agreement at the very least that would be a big shock. Certainly not expecting it. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my God, yeah, that's going to happen. I mean, I've got to think it's not happening. But again, I go back to, could it happen? Yeah, there's a chance. There's a chance. Imagine if it's Jeff Hardy, said James. Oh, James, that's a great shout. That's a great shout. Yeah, because, I mean, like, they've got the relationship, haven't they? I mean, yeah, or Matt. I wouldn't be down on it being Matt Hardy either. So they've got that relationship. And people like the Hardys, I mean, they're just legends. They're just legends. So, I mean, you can absolutely put them on the main roster. Of course you can. It's a good shout, that. 9.Solid, he said it's a British peanut butter. I'm broadening my horizon. Oh, you've gone British. Love that. I've never heard of it. But then I don't know my peanut butters, do I? I don't pop my penis in peanut butter, so it's not something that it's not a world that I venture into. So we're very different, you and me, in that regard. And you said that's true, but I've got to ask myself, if not Jasper, then who would be believable to beat Oba? Well, I think Ricky would be on that list. And I think also Tony, because Tony beat Oba for the mid-card title. So, Tony's doing a little thing at the moment with Stacks. If he comes out of this victorious with a bit of momentum, I think that he could also be someone that we might see around the title. I mean, the thing with Tony is Tony's an interesting one because he's a gimmick. And so he is not someone that really, I don't know, he's not someone, I don't know if you can massively see him being NXT champion, but then I can actually. He's the Don, he's the guy that runs the family and, he's the guy that's in charge and he's got an issue at the moment with all of that. But if he can settle that and come out of it victorious, setting your sights on Oba, the person that you managed to beat for the North American Championship, I always thought that he stood a chance of doing it again. And I do like when wrestlers have like someone they just really struggle with. Oba is a dominant force, but he just can't figure out Tony. Of all the people in the world, Tony is one that he just struggles with. And I'm absolutely fine with that. A bit like Gunther. Gunther just dominated and beat everyone. I mean, he's been a champion for 80% of his time. There's not many people that he struggled with, but he always struggles with Ilya Dragunov. Ilya Dragunov is Gunther's kryptonite. And so I don't mind Tony being that for Oba. So I think Tony is a shout. I don't know that it's the shout. I think Ricky is definitely a shout. But again, I don't know if it's the shout. But yeah, you know, there's a few. There's a couple. There's probably some others that we could chuck into the pot as well. I mean, I will admit there's not loads. I don't think the men's division, no one's saying the men's division is as stacked as what the women's division is. But yeah, there's a couple of those around. Neil said, have we ever been to WrestleMania? I went to 20 when I was 21, and it was incredible. And I got to meet Eddie. What? Oh my God. That is sick. Have I ever been to WrestleMania? Sadly, not. No. I would like to have gone when I was younger, but to be perfectly truthful with you, not as bothered now, which is going to really surprise people. But for me, I love this, and if I was at WrestleMania, I promise you, I would be sat there and I would be thinking about this. I would be thinking about the community. I'd be thinking about, like, oh, I wonder what people are saying about this. I suppose in a way, I mean, I don't know if anyone feels this way, but like, if you're used to being on this channel and you're used to reading the reactions and you're used to hearing like what I say about stuff, if you was to go to a show, I don't know if everyone would feel this way, of course, but I'm guessing someone out there would feel this way, where you'd miss what the community was saying, and you would want to sort of maybe go back and rewatch a couple of moments from the stream, you know, like, oh yeah, that happened. Oh my God, what did the community have to say about that? And then like go back to the watch along, go click to this bit and see what was said, right? And again, I don't know how many people would feel that way. I'm sure there'd be some people that would, but I would. Like, I would be sat there at WrestleMania and you'd have all these dramatic moments and things happening. And it's weird. I mean, I feel like a big part now of how I watch wrestling would be missing. It's a little bit like when you go to the show and you don't have commentary and it just feels really weird. Something's missing. I'm sure when you go to a show and you sit there and you're just watching the action and there's no commentary, there's no voice kind of telling you the story or what's happening, and it's missing. And it's weird when you first go. And there's no commentators, there's no commentary, there's no sound or anything. You feel like it's missing. That's the best way I could describe going to a WrestleMania without you lot and this community and all of this now. I think this has kind of ruined wrestling for me. I think this has ruined wrestling because before I did these watch-alongs, yeah, of course, going to WrestleMania would have been brilliant because it's the pinnacle. But now, realistically, I'd be like, it would, you know what I mean? It'd be weird. It'd be weird. I just wouldn't, yeah, it'd be weird. Which is why my dream is not WrestleMania. That's not my dream. My dream is to not go to it. Anyone says they're going to WrestleMania, it's like, oh my God, I have the best time. I don't feel a jealousy. If people tell me they're going to WrestleMania, oh, mate, have a great time. I don't feel jealous. I don't feel like I'm missing out. I don't get FOMO or anything like that. Not even remotely. No. If it was in London, I wouldn't go. If it comes to London, I won't go. And I'll have no problem with that. WWE World, though, different story, right? And the reason why that's a different story is because you don't stream that. You know, that is an experience where you go and you get to meet wrestlers, which is always fun, but not the reason I'd be going. But, like, you get to see some of the sets. You get to see some of the ring gear. You get to see the Hall of Fame exhibition. You get to see the new figures from Mattel. You get to have a look around the big superstore. They did used to, and I don't know if they still do, but they did used to have, like, you could get into a ring and have your picture taken. And, you know, there was photo opportunities. And I think this time there was photo opportunities as well. I think there was a whole Triple H exhibition this year, if I remember correctly. And it had, like, you know, the bike he came down to WrestleMania on and his throne and, you know, all these kind of things that you could have your picture taken with. I mean, honestly, as a wrestling fan, anything that's going to give you photo opportunities, oh my God, I'm there. Because think about it this way. If you're a wrestling fan, where can you go to have a picture took that's somewhat wrestling related? The toy shop. Do you know what I mean? Like, what are you going to do? Go to the toy shop, like Smith's, and just have your picture took there? I don't understand. Where can you go? Where is there, as a wrestling fan, that you can go and have your picture took? I mean, there just really isn't. There's WWE Experience in Saudi Arabia now, but unless you're actually going to a show, unless you're actually going to go and have your picture took, like standing by the ring, or, do you know what I mean, getting a picture of you in your seat with the ring in the background, like, there's just nowhere for you to have a wrestling related. Maybe you go to a comic convention and have a picture took with a wrestler, yeah? But outside of that, there's very, very few opportunities to have, like, a wrestling picture. And so if you go to WWE Worlds and you can, like, have your picture, like, in front of the Firefly Funhouse set. I mean, this year they had the Heartbreak Hotel, which was Shawn Michaels' talk show segment. The actual Heartbreak Hotel from the warehouse was there. Shawn actually went and lay on the bed and was like, this brings back memories. And so if you went last year, they had the Funhouse. If you went this year, they had Heartbreak Hotel. They also had, like, a John Cena exhibition, Triple H exhibition, like, all these photo opportunities. It's like, I mean, my dream would be a physical Hall of Fame where they constantly had on display a lot of the warehouse stuff, a lot of ring war gear, a lot of the kind of bits from, like, WrestleManias in the past where you could go and have your picture took and see these items with your own eyes. I mean, to see an actual Andre the Giant singlet, you know, it would be, like, mind-blowing to me. Like, to think that Andre had actually wore that. That was something he'd actually wore. You know, that was actually something that, you know, the Warrior had wore, or Macho Man had worn, or the British Bulldog had worn, or whatever, you know, like, that's just like, it's a way of, suppose, of just getting, I mean, I never saw Andre wrestle. I never got a chance. So to me, I've seen him on videotape and I've seen him on TV and whatever. But to actually be in the presence of an item that he wore, it's just a way of getting a little closer, isn't it? It's like if you're a fan of wrestling and you caught it on TV once a week, a way of getting a little bit closer to it would be to have a videotape of it. Because then you've got a show you can watch whenever you want, yeah? A way of getting closer after that would be going to a show, yeah? Another way of getting closer would be going to WWE Worlds and seeing some items that wrestlers had worn and stuff like that. And so for me, that's the one that's what I want to do. I know I'll go and it'll be a rubbish year. Yeah, sorry, we don't have any exhibitions this year. Sorry, we haven't brought any Ring War stuff. We do have a stage though, where we're going to do the Slammies, and we're going to do the Pat Show. We don't have Mattel. There is a Superstore, but we're just going to do the Pat Show, and that's about it this year. And that'll be the year I go. That'll be the year I go. Because I've probably done something wrong and I deserve to be punished. So, yeah, there we go. Probably for all the strays that I throw in James's direction, you know. But no, I mean, I'd love to go and see. I'd love a real Hall of Fame. That would be the best. But I don't know that we'll ever get that because I've been waiting for that for like flipping 20 years. Bang Bros Film said, thanks for Googling us and for the membership. Mate, thank you. Honestly. I mean, I didn't even realise you could put penises in so many places, but it's been very, very educational for me. So, Bang Bros Film. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you. Doing God's work. Yeah. Doing God's work. Nine Dark Holiday said 2 title matches tonight. I need more peanut butter. Well, you should try. I mean, like, what you should do is you should try different countries' peanut butter and just, like, compare. You know, see what it's like. See what German peanut butter is like. I would imagine very efficient. Very efficient. That would be my guess. But I agree that they do not need to put the title onto Jasper. It would not be good, especially when there are others that deserve it, says Kelly. Shockwave said, imagine being next to something Andre wore. He was always farting. Might have a few stains. Well, honestly, Shockwave, that's what I would want. Because when no one was looking, I would go and give it a little lick. That's what I would do. If there was a stain there. Because then, do you know what? I would have Andre DNA inside me. And I might get pregnant. And then I might actually give birth to a little Andre. This is actually the real reason why I want to go. Because I want to do like weird pervy things like that. Yeah. And you just can't do those things at WrestleMania. So, you know, make of that whatever you will. Odds said, I prefer chunky peanut butter. We'll try that. Give that. Oh, imagine that, though. Jeez. I mean, I don't know if you know what Nine Doc Holiday's trying to do with this peanut butter, but I'm not sure that chunky is the right way forward. James said, if you had a time machine, out of these manias, which one would you go back to? 1, 3, or 9? Oh, you know what you're doing there, don't you? You know what you're doing there. You've gone and asked me, would I go back to the first WrestleMania because it was the first and it was historic and it was at Madison Square Garden, right? So would you go back to like the history-making moment that it started? Would you go back to 3 because of it's the biggest, it's Hogan, it's Andre, it's, you know, we've said before, if there was an image of wrestling, if I had one image on my wall to kind of sum up what wrestling is, or an alien came down and wanted to know what wrestling is, I would show them Hogan, Andre, face-to-face, WrestleMania 3, monster heel, and monster in every sense of the word. Giant baby face at the time, not so much now. Giant baby face. Crowd going absolutely ballistic. 90-odd thousand in attendance, but it wasn't really. And, yeah, I mean, 3 is just, it's magic, isn't it? It's magical. It's flipping magical. When that main event starts, it's the closest we get to Disney. It's just flipping magic. So 1, because of how historic it was. 3, because it's magic. Or 9, because it was my first one that I watched. So it's very clever, James. You know what you're doing. I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think I would get rid of 3 just because it was so big that chances are I'm going to be near the back. I don't think I'm going to be green shirt guy in it. So view-wise, probably not great. If you think about 1 was at Madison Square Garden and 9 was in a pretty small little space, I think you could pretty much sit anywhere at those and you'd be able to see. 3, no guarantee. You might be up in the heavens and you might not see much. So I think, and also, I think the stadium is just sort of like, it's not there anymore, but it was just really out the way. So I don't massively get the impression that you're going to have that sort of WrestleMania experience. Like, you're just going to get in a car, go to the stadium, get out, you'll be amongst fans for a bit, get inside, and then you probably won't see a great deal. So for that reason, I'm going to eliminate 3, right? Which is pretty shocking when you consider that it's magical, yeah. But I don't know if that magic is going to hit you in row Z. So that leaves me down to 1 and 9, and that's hard because 1 it'd just be really interesting to go back to 1985, wouldn't it? Be really interesting to go back to 1985 New York and just sort of experience it. Madison Square Garden, 1985. Just get a taste of what it was like. And I don't think there's much between the wrestling, honestly. But you can't make a weekend of it. Well, you can, but it's New York. It's hustle and bustle. I mean, New York's going to do New York things and WrestleMania is just going on. Whereas in Vegas, I feel like it probably took Vegas over a little bit, you know. I think you could have a bit more of a wrestling sort of weekend at 9 than you could at 1. What would I go back to 93 or would I go back to 85? And, oh God, I don't know. I wish I could give you a better answer. I'm thinking 9. I don't think 1 is like much better than 9. I mean, what match at 1 was magical? What WrestleMania match at 1 was like, oh my God, yeah, that was amazing. I mean, main events, so. Wendy Richter, Lalani Kai, Andre's there though. That's interesting. But the match is rubbish. Andre against Big John Studd is... Bruno's there because David wrestles his son, so Bruno's there, but he's only like a manager. But you would see Bruno. I would see Bruno. If I go to 1, I see Bruno and I'll see Andre, and it's history, and I'm going back to 85, so that's kind of fun. I might go 1 actually. I'll go 1 just to end the conversation. I'll just go 1 to end the conversation, but I hope you know how hard that is. Good question that though, James. Good question, because those are the things that I'm considering. I'm like, I said before, if I go to a show like that, I want to be in that bubble. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to just go to the show. It's like, I bet if you go to WrestleMania now, it's amazing. Because if you go to WrestleMania now, on the Thursday, you're going to go to WWE World. On the Friday, you're going to SmackDown. On the Saturday, you're doing Day 1 and Stand and Deliver. On the Sunday, you're doing Day 2. On the Monday, you're doing Raw. On the Tuesday, I would have done NXT. So, I mean, do you know what I mean? Every day there is a show. And then you've got the after show parties and all those kind of things. I mean, you're going to drop a lot of money, but... God, what a weekend! An extended weekend it's going to be. Whereas if you went to 1 or 3, you've only got the show. You're going to go to the show, and that's it. And there's nothing else. Whereas 9, okay, it is the show, but it was in Vegas, and I bet it had a bit more of that sort of atmosphere to it, you know? I bet it had a little bit more of that kind of vibe that I'm after. But they didn't have like an access or anything. They didn't have anything like that. But you know that they're going to have took Vegas over. So, yeah, that's the only downside of going to 1. But at 1, I would see Bruno, I would see Andre. It is historic. You'd get the program, wouldn't you? You'd save your ticket. You're going to see wherever you are because it's Madison Square Garden. Yeah, I've gone with that. WrestleMania said Mania 17. You'd be in 2001, and it is the best Mania. And you could grab yourself a Snickers Cruncher that sponsored the show, and they're now discontinued. Sold. It's a great answer, honestly. It's a great answer. Because I bet you get that vibe. I can't remember if they were doing like an Access or a World at that time, but I think there was something. Because in my mind, I think there was something around WrestleMania like 10. So in my mind, there was something going on at 17. Did they have WWE World at that point? They might have had WWE World, mightn't they? Like The World in New York. So I think there was maybe stuff going on there, but obviously that's not where WrestleMania was. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. And as you said, it was like it's regarded as the best. It's so hard though, because I don't think you was going to have like an access like you've got now. I do love this whole WWE world thing. It is good. I don't know. I mean, honestly, it's hard. It's so difficult. There's so much that I look for in a WrestleMania these days. I think where we are right now is brilliant. I mean, honestly, next year's in Vegas will be brilliant because you'll have World, you'll have everything we said. And it's in Vegas. And so everything's, Vegas is kind of out on its own, isn't it? They kind of take Vegas over. It's WrestleMania weekend, loads of shows and club nights and, things are going to be themed, and everywhere you look, there's going to be wrestling fans staying in hotels in the local area. I mean, I'd imagine the Strip is just like taken over with like wrestling fans, and do you know what I mean? I bet there's a buzz in the air. That's what you're not going to get at 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, because you're just going to go to the arena and go again. Whereas because of Vegas being like its own little place, you're gonna have that vibe, I'd like to experience that. I'd like to experience that more. If I went to, say, Vegas next year, I could experience it, like be around wrestling fans, get that vibe, and then just go back to a flat and stream and not actually go to WrestleMania. I could go to WWE World and I could experience that vibe, and then when the show's on, not go the show, just go back to my flat, turn the stream on, and we stream. I just need to get to Vegas. Guys, I'm starting a new fund. Vegas was great. You should go, says Mayor Pete's. Yeah, Mayor Pete, I think, you sent me stuff, didn't you, buds? I'm pretty sure it was yourself that was sending bits over. Yeah, I bet it was. I don't doubt it for a second. I bet it was in the air. I bet there was a buzz. I bet it was a hell of an experience. I think, as wrestling fans, we're kind of like, it's a niche thing, isn't it, that we enjoy. It's not something that the masses are into. It's a niche interest, right? And actually, there's people out there that don't get it. So to be around like-minded folk, to kind of share that passion with other people that are also passionate about what you're passionate about, like, something special about that. But we're parking that, because now we are going over to NXT. Diddle-a-diddle-em. Forever. Daze, you should put the chat on subscribers only when it's a massive boxing or MMA stream or wrestling stream, because there would be spams of where to watch. Is that a good idea? No. I don't want to close the door off to anyone, honestly. I think if you put it on like members only, you're kind of like trying to get people to be members. You know me, that's not what we do. I appreciate people being members and I try to do stuff for the members, but no. I think it sends the wrong message, personally. Right, we are just seeing back at a couple, last week, there she was. Kev said, NXT for me is dedicated to my friend, Vinny. Absolutely. Shout out to Vinny. Shout out to you as well, Kev. 9.Holiday said, WWE need a ranking system like the UFC. It could help put some depth into matches that aren't there. Maybe we can make a fake system. That was an interesting idea, a ranking system, and I was very interested to see how it would work in AEW, and honestly, it didn't really work. I don't know if they fully committed to it, but I mean, it's never really been sort of It's never really sort of been properly adopted. I sort of feel like they tried it and it just, I don't know, I think it just got in the way, honestly. I agree, though. I like it. It makes sense to put, like, to actually put some importance onto some matches that otherwise wouldn't matter. I get it. And I think that was their thought process as well, but it just never seemed to work, did it? I can't really tell you as to why it didn't work. Whether they just abandoned it a bit too quickly or whatever, but certainly didn't seem to work when I was watching. Okay, here we go. We are over at NXT. What have they got for us? What is opening the show? I don't know. I don't know. There is Tony. Who can he trust? I can tell you who he can trust. No one. And where the flip's the Riz? Oh, boom! Jasper Troy attacking Oba. Oh my God, when do you see Oba getting treated like that? He got chucked into the side of a car. Picking up this. Oh, onto the windscreen! Damn! Oba Femi just got picked up and planted. Put the belt on him. Put the belt on him. I have not seen Oba Femi being treated, manhandled like that. That is very impressive. Why would he attack him, though? Because doesn't that run the risk of the match not happening? Doesn't strike me as a great strategic move. I've seen enough, though. You're right, guys. Put the belt on him. Make him champ. Flipping. I did not know his game. I did not know his game. Here's All Ego. Ethan Page take... Oh, this will be good, man. Sean Legacy's flipping... fun. Boom. Would you go to WrestleCon, said Taker 1990. Would I go to WrestleCon? We don't have one. I mean, we do have For the Love of Wrestling, but I'm not aware of any others. So, I mean, I think there's one in America, isn't there? Do you mean go to America for that one? Maybe. It's a long way to go, isn't it? It would really have to be worth it. It'd have to be someone I'd really want to meet. And to be honest, I can't really think of anyone I'm that desperate to meet. Which is a bit of a shame, because it's not a very exciting answer, but don't know. It's my honest answer. I don't know that there's anyone I want to meet, honestly. I mean, if I was at a convention, if I was there and, say, Sean was there, I'd probably do it. I'd probably meet Sean. If I was there and Undertaker was there, that'd be a real thing. I know it's going to cost a lot. That's the only problem. But I'd be like, £300. That'd be hard. But then, like, you know, outside of that, I just don't know. I mean, like, you can meet some people for like £30 or whatever. Like, you know, I've met Demolition and I've met Honky Tonk Man. Trying to think of who else. William Regal. And then it's been great. But I don't know that there's anyone I'm getting on a plane and going to America to meet, you know. Daze, would you walk and swim to meet Sammy? No. I really like Sammy. I mean, current stars is interesting. I was thinking more legends. Current stars. Don't know. I'd have to be there, I think. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'd have to be like, if I was at a Comic-Con in the UK and Sammy was there, yeah, I'd meet him. But would I get on a plane to try and meet him? Nah, I wouldn't. I mean, I'm sure there's been opportunity. I could have done it, couldn't I? He's been at WWE World. I could have got on a plane and gone to WWE World, so clearly I've not done it. So, yeah, don't know. I'm a bit nonchalant with that stuff. Right, we got Sean Legacy down, trying to get back up to his feet. So we're in the early stages, of course, of this one. We're already nearly 10 minutes in. You met Strowman, didn't you? Brother, yes, that's true, actually. I did. I was very fortunate with that. WWE got in touch with me in 2019, and they were like, WWE are coming over from America, right? And they were like, we just wondered if you'd like to do a little summit with, you know, a couple of the superstars. Like, you can like have a chat with them. And I was like, okay. I'd never done anything like that before. And I was a bit nervous about it because obviously it's like, oh my God, this is well out of my comfort zone. So the first one was Cesaro, and that was at Smith's. So as soon as everyone had met him, I had a few minutes with him afterwards. So there's a video on the channel where we do a little toy hunt sort of thing. And I was quite pleased with how that came out, actually. I was quite pleased with that. And then immediately I got on a train, went to Sheffield, because that was in London, went to Sheffield, where in Argos, which is another shop of ours, Braun Strowman was doing a meet and greet. And I managed to get a few moments with him where we did a quick interview. So I did an interview with Strowman, that's on the channel. And I did a little thing with Cesaro, and that's on the channel. But yeah, I mean, that was not really me going out of my way to like try and meet them. That was WWE like reaching out, which was obviously, you know, amazing. I mean, really kind of them to do that. But I'll tell you, something I did learn from that experience was that is not the kind of content I'm interested in. That's what I learned from that experience. I loved chatting with them, and both of them were fantastic. I'd never say anything bad about either because they were both brilliant. Really enjoyed both, but missed there by Ethan. Lovely pace to this, by the way. Even during commercial break, they're still really going at each other. But yeah, I just sort of realised that that's not what I'm interested in, like going out and like setting a camera up and interviewing and chatting to them, you know. It's not for me, that. I think there's others that do it and do it well. I think Chris Van Vliet's excellent with his interviews. Ethan is, I mean, this is going really well, this for Sean Legacy, you know. He's in control. He's got Ethan against the ropes. Ethan on the ropes, charging over. Legacy goes through to the outside. Ethan back on his feet. Legacy trying to come in. Kick coming in there by Ethan. Oh, lovely. Like a code breaker. Very good. Football talk. Hello, buds. Hope you're well. Just want to say, mentioned the next Raw having a major return. Wouldn't that be the mystery person, which lowers the chance of it being an NXT caller? Maybe. I mean, maybe. It could be. I don't know if I mean, it's a good shout, but I don't know if they're one and the same. But it could be. It could be that is going to be this major return, or they might be two separate things. So, yeah, I'm picking up what you're putting down, but and you could be correct. It could be that they are connected. So, I think like Ilya is my favorite for that mystery person. That might tick both of the boxes. Whether it would be classed as a major return, I'm not sure, but it would be major in my book because love Ilya. Hell of a talent. Someone that, you know, he gives me a lot of the Sammy vibes, you know. Hardworking, not the biggest of guys, but like really tries to maximize everything he's got, the tools that he's got, you know. Love Ilya. Shots coming in by Ethan. So yeah, good shout. Shots coming back. These blows being exchanged. We're about to come back from commercial break. As both of these guys are going at it in the ring. As we said, it's had a good pace to it, this match. Nice reversal. Sean against the ropes. Big boot there by Ethan. As Sean Legacy goes down. Ethan seems to be struggling a little bit here with Sean Legacy. Sean Legacy showing that he is not here just to make up the numbers. Sean Legacy going over. I don't even understand what they're chanting, to be honest. What are they chanting? ETO. Do you know what? That has really turned into a little community, hasn't it? That the NXT fans. I'd be in with them. These would be my people. I'd be like, how you doing, John? Kid's all right. And we'd be like good friends and we'd go hang out at the bar after. Truth is, no one would want to hang with me. They'd be like, why is this dude always talking to us? He's British. Going against the ropes. Bang! Down goes Ethan. And again. Kick to the midsection. Another kick there by Legacy. Little bit short on that kick, but it didn't matter. Nice German. Nice. Into that. Firing himself up. Legacy over the other sides. He's been brilliant in this match, you know. Lovely pace. Bang! Kick coming in. Ethan goes down, looking for the pin. 2. Ethan kicks out. I mean, credit where it's due. Ethan's been brilliant in this as well. Ethan plays being a heel very, very well. You can tell that he's, you know, got a lot of experience. You can tell that he's done this for a long time. Round the back is Sean Legacy. He's trying for another German. No joy at the moment. Right now, he's grabbing him. Look, on the shoulders. No. Oh, into that top turnbuckle. Big kick. Mate, brutal by Ethan. That was brutal. Goes over to the corner. Duck underneath. Over the other side. Goes up. Whoa, moonsault. Grabs him. Oh, driver. Plants him down. Legacy. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out by Ethan. Crowds on their feet at the moment. Enjoying the action. Big opportunity this for Sean Legacy. Legacy, 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 Legacy. Yeah, let's go, man. Legacy going to the outside, climbing up. Ethan's right there. Big shot by Ethan. Stops Legacy in his tracks. Headbutt coming in there by Ethan as well. They are chanting away. I have no idea. But oh, Legacy. Dropped on the top turnbuckle. Spills to the outsides. And we're getting the commentary table stripped. Yeah, he's going to look to drive him through this commentary table. It's the old school commentary table. Moves out the way. Bang! Into the ring post goes Ethan. Drive by. Bang! Page on the outside. Legacy! Goes straight over the top. Crashes down on Ethan. Grabs him. Chucks him back into the ring. Mate, they're right behind him. Legacy. Legacy. No. Went big. Didn't work. Bang. And that'll do it. 1, 2, 3. There we go. Ethan wins. Good match, though. Fun. Daze, me and you should go. We would run that shiz and we would show real British strong style. Let's do it. Gods, could you imagine the chants coming from James? Oh, look at that. Ricky is attacking Ethan. Bang! And again, I think he's got some on his neck, hasn't he? Isn't that from like his busted larynx or whatever it's called? He's busted his lorax. Okay, we're backstage. JC. Legacy chants you can still hear. We need to build a rapport, JC says to Ava. Yeah, Laney. Whoa, slap there by Laney. I'm ready for you right now, says Laney. Don't know much about this Laney girl, Laney Reid. She just slapped her twice. Lol. Give me Laney tonight and I'll put my title on the line. What is this? All the champs are defending against like the most inexperienced challengers they can find. It's like all the champs are looking at their actual number one contenders going. But someone that's literally just walked through the door. Go for that. That's, oh yeah, I see you. I see you. Hey, Oba, would you like to defend against Tony or maybe Ricky Saints? No, thank you. How about some boomer that just came from LFG? Oh, yeah. JC, do you want to defend against Jordan Grace? Do you want to defend against Jada Parker? How about some boomer we've never heard of? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, look, are all the champs gonna... 3 titles being defended tonight. Are all the champs gonna retain? I mean, the answer to that might actually be yes, but... I don't know, maybe. Does that increase the chances of Jasper beating Oba? Or are we just gonna have all 3 champs retain? I don't know. I don't have the answers to these things. But we are gonna watch and we are gonna find out. That was a hard slap to the neck. Yeah, it was a bit like here, wasn't it? I don't know if that was a botch. I think it could have been better. I mean, a slap, you should be able to just slap them, you know. But yeah, it was more to the neck. We'll have to see how they do. I mean, great showcase there for Sean Legacy. Just, you know, kind of went for a big move at the end that he missed and got himself in a bad situation. Outside of that, brilliant. Matteo said, I think it'll be a big shock if Jasper does win. But, I mean, everyone thought Stephanie would win against JC. Everyone thought Jay would win last night. So nothing is impossible. Everything you've just said there is true. Taker1990 said, Daze, do you think WWE will bring Mr. Iguana to NXT Raw or SmackDown? I think if he goes anywhere, it'll be NXT. I think that there was a big buzz around him at the weekend. I mean, we saw him last week for the first time on NXT and we popped and he made an impression to us. I think for those people that didn't watch NXT, they got to see him at the weekend. And so they had that kind of initial first reaction. And I think there was so much buzz, so much noise. He ended up having a flipping video package on Raw, which is just stunning. It really is just stunning. But the numbers must have been there to say, like, we need to capitalize on this. So yeah, I think by capitalizing on it, I mean put him on NXT and see what the numbers are like there. You know. Get him in a feud, get him in a program. The thing you don't know is it just that first reaction? Is it just a bit of a meme? Is it just a case that, oh my God, what's this guy? Oh my God, he's so fun. But then actually the more you watch film, like maybe the joke wears thin. Or is there some legs to this? Is there something that's, you know, actually there? So, yeah, for me personally, I'd put him on NXT and kind of explore it and see if it's got legs, see if it actually sticks around. I mean, the Joe Hendry thing could have died after a month, couldn't it? But it hasn't. It's just kept going. Is Mr. Iguana going to be the same? So... yeah, if I was WWE, you want to capitalize on it, but equally you want to know that it's not just a flash in the pan. Made by Dawn said, I'm currently drinking really aged wine, so forgive any misspellings. Made by Dawn. Acknowledged. Okay, over on TikTok, we have got Sol Ruka and Zarya. I don't even know what they're doing. I forgot Ren. Lash, Carmen, and Ren. There's Kalani. Is Ren gonna challenge Lash? Drama. I don't know where that's going though. Okay, here's the Cullen. I trust your judgment, Izzy. That was so random. But when was he half committed? He dressed different. He didn't believe in us, so why should we believe in him? What are they going to do with Brooks? Brooks is weak and feeble. Oh my God. Tell me how you really feel. Now we have a new beginning. Random, isn't it? Put him in the group. Short term, taking him out. Weird. Oh, she's got her eye on something. How could you trust her, though? How could you trust her? She took out Brooks. I'd be thinking, is she going to take me out? I'd take her out. And not for dinner. Although I probably would do that as well. And then I'd take her out after. Right, tag match coming up. Izzy is looking fine, said Johnny. Dave's Mariah May's new name seemingly is going to be Blake Monroe. Oh, really? Where's that from? Where's that from? Is that what the streets are saying, James? Izzy seems like she's becoming the leader of the Cullen, says Jim. She's right in front and center, isn't she? So, Briggs and Imamura coming out. Okay, so Briggs and Imamura. Kind of forgot Imamura was back, you know. Okay, let's see where this goes. Fightful are saying it's Blake Monroe. Right. Ah. Psycho Clown and Octagon Jr., but that's not the ones that people want to see. Come on. There is no way that you would have Psycho Clown and Octagon Jr. in the crowd and you would not bring Mr. Iguana. There is absolutely no way. So if the rumors are true and he is actually there and they have not just shown him in the crowds, I think that obviously drastically increases the chances he's going to actually do something on the show. Right now, we've had clothesline there by Inamura. Inamura squaring off with Nico. Inamura charging over. Nico moves out the way. Headbutt. Moody. Nico making the tag. In comes Sean Spears. Blake Monroe is not very chant-friendly, said Johnny. Blake Monroe. Blake Monroe. Blake... Let's go, Monroe. Let's go, Monroe. That's okay. Chop coming in there by Sean. Sean is in the corner. Inamura. Boom! Big shots. Is he not too impressed on the outside of the ring? Tag being made. Josh Briggs in, looking to bang, slam down. Sean Spears really struggling here. There is no such thing as a friend. Inamura has got a horrible haircut, said Jim. Daze, you and that Hendry look like siblings. Please do the Hendry pose. Is it that? Is it that? Oh, I can't remember which. It's one of them. Is it this one? It's one of them, innit? To the outside. Big shot. JP said, Mr. Iguana, Chad Gable, Iron Man match. It just books itself, says JP. Clothesline to the back there by Nico. Nico. God, you better show that you're committed. Otherwise, he's going to take you out. Are you looking, Izzy? Are you looking? Shot coming in there by Nico. Goes over, rolling through. Elbows coming into the side of the heads. Elbows coming into the side of the heads. Bang. Big clothesline. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Timeless Tony Storm, is that what Mariah May's character is going to be? Their feud up and matches were top stuff. Well, she's not going to just do what Tony Storm did, is she? Gets the ropes. Bang! So, Briggs goes down. Nico tags in Sean. Sean looking over at Inamura. Oh, he's mocking him. He's mocking him. Briggs is in the middle of the ring. So it looks like new ring gear for Briggs. It is nice to see some tassels. Here's Inamura. Inamura coming in with a hot tag, dealing with everyone. Working on the arm there of Sean Spears. Bang! Big shot. Down goes Sean. Inamura's fun, isn't he? Oh, he didn't really get... Chops coming in. Yeah, man. Let's go. Inamura's really growing on me. Inamura again. Boom! Going over the other side. Nah, tag being made. No, tells him to go again. Boom. Ah, big boot. Big boot. Nico. Oh, the big splash. Man, these two could get some... Oh, blood. Yeah. Blood. We've got blood. Sean goes to the outside in a minute. Boom. Briggs up top. Gets knocked down. Nico has got him. Dragging him over. Ooh. Strong, you know. 1, 2. Wow. Nico getting the victory. Are you watching, Izzy? Are you watching? Is that committed enough? Please don't kick me out the group. Ethan versus Sean. Fun opening match. This one was okay. I don't think it was as good. 55, 34. You guys... You didn't think it was great for that first one. Okay, let's score this one. The glamour has arrived. We're going to take a closer look at WWE's newest signee. The glamour has arrived. Okay, we're going to have a look at Mariah May, or whatever her name is. Blake Lively, or whatever she's called now. Boom, 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 boom. And the glamour. That was a short match. I used to think that Blake Lively was a guy until I found out it wasn't. Blake strikes me as a guy's name, but that's just me, says Brony. Thomas said, Daze, if and when the Cullen are brought up to the main roster, do you think they will join the Wyatts? No. I don't think they'll join the Wyatts. They might feud with the Wyatts if the Wyatts are still around, but I don't think they'll join them. Mayor Peach said, here she is. I can already hear people complaining. Daze, I want Toni Storm to come to NXT. She was in NXT. She was in WWE. She was on the main roster, and she left. I don't know if we know why. She just left. She just up and left. And we went and lost one of the best female characters I think I've ever seen. It still cuts deep, man. Still cuts deep. Mark said it was nice to see some tassels. That was my Gmail password until Daze blurted it out. I didn't think his gear was that great, honestly, but it was nice to see some tassels. There is a lack of tassels in wrestling. Dotsluch Lala said people will always complain. Some people complained about yesterday's Raw, and it was a great show. Matteo said, I just saw a real trusted source saying that Mr. Iguana was spotted at the Performance Center. Will that be the biggest pop of the night? They will go crazy for him, yes. There will be a big reaction. Sean Spears said in an interview with Chris Van Vliet that he's going to stay in NXT and he doesn't see himself going anywhere. He's content, says Robbie. WrestleMania said, Daze, we could do a Days 11 heist at Mania and take the WWE title. Let's go. Let's flippin' go. Community takeover. Mr. Iguana is the only one that can defeat Oba Femi, says Wrestle with Andy. Yes. I mean, it is stunning how over Mr. Iguana has got in such a short space of time, like literally one show. I've only ever seen him twice. I saw him on last week's NXT, and then I saw him at Worlds Collide. That's it. And I think I've seen him probably even more than most people. Most people saw him at the weekend for the first time, if you don't watch NXT or AAA. We're just seeing a little video package on Kalani at the moment. JP said, Mr. Iguana, Grand Slam champ before Sheamus, question mark. Nah, they've got to, Sheamus needs that Intercontinental, doesn't he? Yeah, again, we're zooming in on the crowd. It's so strange. We're seeing the crowd. I don't have any graphic or any voiceover. It's literally just a shot of the fans just on their phones talking amongst themselves. I don't know why they do this. It's great, though, because I feel like I'm part of this community. Right. We're now backstage with with Ricky and Ava. Yeah. I can still see the bruise in Ricky. Let me handle this. Go home. Rest. Okay, there's Sarah Schreiber. Okay, we're outside medical. She wanted to try and get a word with Oba. I mean, if he has this match, he's going to be weakened as well, isn't he? Oh, the match might be in jeopardy. Here's Chase U. Okay. If we're going to do this, let me finish! Show up on time. Follow the rules. Okay. Time to go back to class. I don't feel like Booker was enjoying that. We just kind of cut back and Booker was just like... He didn't strike me as impressed or entertained. NXT became glamorous. Let's go. The glamour has arrived. Oh, yeah? Oh, my God. This is... She's beauty, she's grace, and she'll probably punch you in the face. Blake Monroe. Mate. Are you okay over there, Buck? I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Do you know what? I thought that was excellent presentation, and not just because I'm a perv, but because it was so captivating. Like, it was all like 1950s. Do you know what I mean? It's got a bit of character to it. It's a bit of personality to it. Great. didn't know where it was going or what she was going to say. And like when they said, like, looking back, I was just thinking it was going to be a video package. But like, yeah, I wasn't expecting that. Such an interesting presentation. I wonder if she's learned a lot from working with Tony. I don't expect her to be Tony, but I wonder if like she's really firsthand witnessed the power of, you know, having like a gimmick and a character and fleshing it out and having its own world. I mean, Tony can do black and white stuff. She's obviously got all the film background that she can do. And like, you know, she can do little short films and like there's loads of little things that she can do with her character. And I wonder if Mariah has kind of learnt from that. Really, really, really interesting. Duran said it was terrible, though, because it almost went towards Timeless. Well, she does need to be careful that she doesn't go Timeless. I mean, for me, Timeless is a bit before that. So Timeless, for me, you're going back to like the 1920s, 1930s. That was more 1950s. Timeless is black and white, whereas that was kind of 1950s, Happy Days, Flintstones, 1950s, 1960s. It's a later period, but I do understand where you're coming from. It's still in that same sort of neighborhood, isn't it? It's still in that same sort of... But her gimmick is glamour. So she is female Mad Men. So Mad Men was kind of like, you know, sharp suits and advertising industry, 1960s. And she is going glamour. She's going 50s, 60s. So yeah, I get that it's close, but I think there's enough difference there where it'll be okay. But yeah, you got to make sure you don't just become a Tony Storm ripoff. I do agree with that. It's like Bewitched. Bewitched is a good one. Yes. Bewitched is a good one. It's not timeless. It's vintage, says Nick. Mad Woman. Yeah, Bewitched is very good. That's a very good shout. Dave said, I kind of feel like they're using the Carmella gimmick with the wine dude, Reggie, the sommelier. Blake Moore is maybe Monroe. I don't mind the name. I'm all right with the name. I wasn't emotionally attached to Mariah May anyway, so Blake Monroe that's the name, innit? Blake Monroe. That's fine. That works for me. It was like when Ricky Starks became Ricky Saints. No problems. It's fine. Good. Well, the thing about it, though, is I found it very captivating. I was watching it and I was like, you didn't know kind of, she was getting ready. She was in the bath and then, of course, she's, you know, getting ready for something. You're like, how much of this are we going to see? Is she getting ready to go somewhere? Are we going to see where she's going? Is she on her own? Are we going to see a house? Is, you know, how much of this is the answer was not much. It was just a glimpse. It was just a taste. It was just to give you a, you know, an idea. But, yeah, no, honestly, good. It's good. Sign me up. Enjoyed it. Short, sweet. They kept Ricky's first name. Why didn't they do that for Mariah, says Carl. You'd have to ask them, but you'd have to ask them. I can't see Blake without thinking of Key and Peel name skip. I don't think I know that. I hated the Reggie story, said Jacob. Scripps with OTM was cool, though. Oh, wow. We've got the #1 Scripps stan in our community. Wrestle with Andy. I think enjoyed Scripps more than Scripps enjoyed Scripps. Daze, what story direction do you think WWE will go with Gunther regaining the title and not having Seth cash in? Well, I don't think the opportunity was there for Seth to cash in. Gunther was still pretty much with it. There wasn't really a moment where either were both down, you know, both vulnerable. So I don't think that I don't think there was a big opportunity, honestly, for him to cash in. We're going to get a Ren Sinclair match. Let's go. I'm definitely here for this. There we go. I got this. Fist bump. I got this. I got this. You got this. Go on, Ren. I don't think she's got this. But I'm going to hope that she's got this. I'm hoping that we're going to enjoy a happy Wednesday tomorrow. Instead of another sad Wednesday, because it was a sad Wednesday last week. And we need a happy one this week. Oh, there's Kalani. Well, maybe it might be a happy Wednesday. Ren coming over, getting round the back there of Lash. Ren down, trying to get back up to her feet. Lash going over. Lash is distracted. Drop kick there by Ren. Collides in. Mackenzie said it's like Marilyn Monroe to me. Well, yes, I mean, you're right. That's going to be the same time period, isn't it? That could absolutely be the inspiration for it be around that time. The only downside is basing it on a time period from the past 50s, 60s, basing it on Bewitched, Marilyn Monroe, things like that. I do understand what people are saying. It is very close to Timeless. It's very close. It ain't a million miles away from the 1920s, is it? Ren, I don't really know what benefit is of her like running those circles around. It's a fun visual, but I don't really get it. Right now, Lash picking up Ren. Looking for a gut. No, lands on her feet. Round the back, Lash. Big boot. Oh, huge. Massive kick there by Lash. Oh. Right now, Ren over by the ropes as Lash says to Kalani, this is going to be you. That'll be you, that will. Bang. Ren going face first. Some good selling there by Ren. Oh, big splash. 1, 2. Oh, she did well to get her shoulder up, actually. Big splash there by Lash. Right now, just got her in a bear hug. Well, you don't really see bear hugs. You don't see bear hugs. Sign me up. Sign me up. I'm a Lash legend, Stan. A flipping bear hug. Look at that. She's got a good base as well. Big squeeze apply. You could do that as a finisher. She makes it look good. If the commentators would really put over like how bad that move is, you could you know, squeezing the life out. Have like the opponent go out. Big girl, ain't she, Lash? If she's got that kind of real squeeze applied, you could believe that doing damage. Ren, again, putting in some chops. She's still on her feet. Lash coming over, duck underneath. Ren against the ropes. Round the houses. Whoa! Flipping, that was great. Flipping Lash over. Right now, picking her up. Oh, DDT. Good work there by Ren. Lash, though, rolling out the ring. It's always a fun spot, that, isn't it, when they roll out the ring and they're like... Ah. Ren going to the outside. Lash on the outside. Ren dialed in. Trying to take her over. No joy. That would have been quite good, though, if Lash had, like, grabbed her and then smashed her into the edge of the ring or smashed her into a barricade. Yeah, Booker's like, we need to put some respect on Ren Sinclair. Ren up top, perched, Lash struggling a little bit and gets caught. Gets caught. And, oh, messy. 1, 2, 3. Didn't matter. She got enough of it and she gets the win. Lash just looking a little rough in places. Ren, I think, working hard. It's just a couple of little moments in there. But Lash has got such size. She's trying to do like proper wrestling and stuff. You know, the thing with Lash is you'd imagine a clothesline and you'd imagine a drop kick and you'd imagine like punching and stuff like that. But she's trying to do a lot more than that. So you got to give her credit. Not everything came off though, but it's fine. Yeah, Lainey Reed, who are you? Tell me about you. Rodeo champion! You're a former rodeo champion and we're not using that as part of your gimmick. Imagine being a rodeo champion and it's got absolutely nothing to do with your presentation. Perhaps they think it might be a bit too similar to Fallon. Don't know. Jesus. That's like a gift from the gods. They normally sit down with the talent, go tell me a bit about yourself, and they try and figure out like Sol Ruka like surfing. So we'd make her whole gimmick like surfing. Man, they sat down with Lainey Reed and I was like, tell us about yourself. She's like, I'm a rodeo champ. And they went, oh, no, not that. No, it's not. That's not strong enough. How about if we make you generic? How about if we make you generic? I mean, I haven't even seen it yet, but just judging by what I saw of her ring gear, just looked a bit like every other girl. But let's see. Perhaps she'll come out on a pony. Daze, did you pay attention to that beautiful blonde? Said Christopher. Which beautiful blondes? Which beautiful blondes? The Blake one. That one. The Monroe one. The bewitching one. Or was there another one? I hope this match gets some time. If it's another squash, there will be so much squash matches so far. Yeah, in-ring's not massively setting the world alight this week, is it? But to be honest, we're nearly an hour in and it's been still a pretty fun show, honestly. I don't know that it's reached its recent standards, but I mean, we are coming off a really great Raw. If Raw was mid yesterday, this show would seem better. But Raw was so good yesterday that this show's having to work a bit harder, isn't it? I guess she's going to help draw attention to the TKO bull riding competition, said V85. Well, you'd think that's what TKO would like them to do, of course. They still do that, don't they? Show the bull riding on the WWE YouTube channel. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, does it? There's not much in the way of crossover there, but... Days, William Henry sent me a bath video. Well, William Hensey sent me a bath video like that Blake one. His $100 tech service. Yeah. That does sound very William Hensey. Only I'd imagine when she kind of went like that and she was wearing like some negligee. I don't know if it was negligee, but it felt very negligee-ish. I would imagine that William was wearing absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Apart from maybe a t-shirt with an arrow pointing down. That's the William Hensey I know. Whatever name generator WWE uses, it's just not good sometimes, said AB. Jennifer said, I keep waiting for someone to bring the WWE 2K generic builder character to life. Well, I sort of feel like Harlem Lewis in Evolve is a bit like that. Harlem Lewis feels a bit like a builder character to me in Evolve, but that's not a name everyone will be familiar with. If you don't join us for our Evolve streams. But you should be, because they're fun. Blake said, put some respect on my name, said Blake02. I like your name, Blake. I'd like you to just appreciate that there's been no shade from me. I don't mind the Blake Monroe name. Akil said, do you not watch AEW anymore? I don't, buds. No, I stopped in early 2024, so it's been a hot pocket. It's been a hot minute. That's Thea Hale's boyfriend, yes. Yes, that one. He's got like a bit of a bandana and a bit of like eyeliner and a bit of a beard and like some like everything just feels really random. Like he's got like eyeliner, but there's nothing else about him that feels goth. And like he's got a bandana on, but like nothing else really fits. And I don't know, it's just really randomly chucked together. I don't get it. I don't really get what he's going for. I don't get his vibe. So, Jasper, I like his chain. Serious, that chain, innit? Oba might be hurting, but he is a warrior. Okay. Okay, here's Laney Reeds. Okay, I don't mind these graphics, you know. I like the graphics a lot. I'm really not sold on the music. And the gear doesn't match it. Yeah, that music's not good, is it? I don't mind the... What is it? It's like... What's that instrument? The ding, 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 ding. It's not just a guitar, is it? Just being picked. It's like a ukulele or something. Ding, 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 ding. I mean... I like the graphics. I don't know if the ring gear quite matches or fits. And the music's probably in the right neighborhood, but it's just not cool. It's not good enough. It's a banjo. Thank you. It's a banjo. In my head, I was like, it's not a guitar, but my brain was going, no, it is. No, yeah, it is. I'm like, no, it's not. It's like a ukulele or something. Nah, it's a guitar. No, it's not. Thank God you lot are here. Yeah, you're right, banjo. The fact it had a bit of a banjo in there kind of fit the graphics, didn't it? But at the end of the day, it just wasn't good. It just wasn't cool. It wasn't strong enough. It wasn't impactful enough. Just having some boomer on a banjo don't work as entrance music. It would be better, actually, if it was like, you need someone with a jug. Hoo, 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 hoo. Like that, you know? You need, like, one of those, you know what I mean? And I've been forgotten now, Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye Joe. And I've been forgotten now, Joe. I've been married. I need something that's got a bit of spunk to it. That's what you need. That's what you need, Laney. And I've been forgotten now, Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from? Cotton Eye Joe. Hey, hoo, 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 hoo. That's what we need. Not whatever that slow nonsense was. Oh, no, sometimes I think there's just a degree of that'll do. Hey, Def Rebel, have you got anything that's got a banjo in it? We've got this. That'll do. That sort of fits the graphic. Right, Laney Reeds anyway. Now that we've sorted her music out, let's turn our attention to the match. I know literally nothing about this girl. Absolutely nothing. Apart from what we've just found out. Okay, women's title on the line. Kick coming in there by Laney. Daze, do the people over in the United Kingdom do country line dancing? Not really. I mean, what you can find is some old folk that might do it like down the club. But it's not a thing over here. I did once go to a camping site, right? Because just booked in, I was seeing a girl, And we had a bit of a weekend away. And we went to a camping site, right? Don't know why. I was young. And went to this camping site. And we went into the entertainment bit. And they had, like, line dancing on. And they had a few stalls and whatever of, like, selling, like, boots and all this stuff. It was like, it must have been like a bit of a line dancing weekend, whatever. And then, like, you might find it in some, like, old people clubs, but there's no, I can't say there's a scene. It might be one of those where there might be, like, some line dancing, UK line dancing competition, but I mean, it's going to be pretty small. I think country's really niche, isn't it? I'd imagine it's quite niche even in America. Probably not in Texas, of course, but I don't know. Is country popular in Seattle? I don't know. I doubt it. Against Ropes goes JC. If there was a banjo at the camping site, you should have stayed away, says Corey. Well, my brain would have been telling me it was a guitar. Lainey being slingshotted into that middle rope. She's gasping for air right now. Do you know what? I was too busy ranting about the music. I missed my favourite part of the flipping show. And that's Jasmine telling... Come here. Go away. That's literally the best part of the show. Come here. I just want to have a word. Quick words. No. Change my mind. Jasmine on the outside, gloating away with Fallon as JC gets back in the ring, smashes Lainey over into the corner. I mean, this should be... It's hard, isn't it? Because really, this should be a good showcase for the champs. I mean, really, the champs should be able to beat these kind of up-and-comers, like, relatively comfortably. Lainey being choked against the rope. She goes back. They must really believe in her if they think she's NXT ready. She hasn't even been on Evolve. Come on, Lainey. And again, slap coming in. Does Jasmine wrestle anymore? Well, she does. I think she might have had an injury. Down she goes. You might remember she was off TV for a little bit. 1, 2, no joy. Nine Doc said we do line dancing in the washroom here in Tennessee. Oh, I could believe it's very popular. Country is super popular in the US, said Rare Breeds. In the southern states, but I don't know what it's like up in the north, like Seattle, Chicago. I mean, people might be... If people tell me it's a bit niche, then I would say, yeah, that's like the UK then. I think the UK would be like, you know, the northern states. But I don't know. Maybe it's still massively popular in those places as well. I'm not sure. How popular country music is in the northern states of America is not my specialist subject, I will admit. It's not something I've done a great deal of research on, but I would imagine it's most popular down south. Over the other side, and a little bit of a net breaker there by JC. Dave's going to ask a question. Yes. Why in the United Kingdom are there so many crop circles? There was a recent one in Wiltshire. Well, I mean, to be honest, crop circles are obviously fake and they're done by the farmers. And I think that they were done back in the day as a way of just generating like a bit of buzz and whatever. People believed in them. And then, of course, other people like started doing them. So, yeah, if there's another one that's kind of been done, I don't know, attention, trying to trend on TikTok or whatever. So I don't think there's loads. I mean, I don't ever hear of loads. I don't ever hear like, oh, another one's popped up. But to be honest, I think everyone knows they're fake now. I don't think anyone pays them much attention anymore. Nick, shout out to you, Nick Morgan. Appreciate it. And 9 Doc Holiday saying timeless Blake Monroe, question mark. We kind of chucked that around, didn't we? It is close. It is close. AB said, I did line dancing in Montana. Boot coming in there by JC. I don't know about Laney Reed, but I feel like Sean Legacy had a good chance to beat Ethan, even though he's new. So I've got a weird feeling that Jasper could win later, says Matteo. We was at commercial break, but we are back now. We are into the second hour as well, as JC comes over, big clubbing blow. Kick coming into the midsection. And again, they're saving that Oba Femi match to the end as well. I don't even know what that was. Laney just sort of jumped. And she didn't even really, like, kick or anything. Oh, that was clever by JC, you know. That was clever. Laney was over by the ropes, and JC went and jumped on the ropes, so it shot into Laney's throat. That was really clever. Charging over. Oh, colliding into Laney. She's not been able to put her away yet, has she? Top rope inscuri there by JC. Someone in the crowd's got a Laney Reed sign. I don't know if that's friends or family. I mean, either way, they're there to show their support. Shot coming in there by Laney. Another shot coming in there by Laney as a headbutt comes in. JC goes into the middle of the ring. JC is up. Laney is... Oh, she tried for like a blockbuster type thing, but she got a little bit of it, but not all of it. Well, that's her first... I mean, look, it's her first flipping match, isn't it? Don't matter. It don't matter, mate. You tried. JC down. Laney down. Shot coming in there by JC. Shot coming back there by Laney. Let's go, Laney Reed, said Thomas. I've just tweeted you an update on Mariah's new name, said James. Oh, thank you, James. Vicious kicks coming in by Laney. Shoulder barge there by Laney. And again, she's hulking up. She's firing up. Inverted atomic drop. Leg sweep. Ooh, I sort of like that as well, where she quickly moved her head to the side and then, like, jumped down on it. She's fired up here. She's fired up, charging in. Bang! Collides into JC. I like the comeback. Nice. 1, 2. JC gets her shoulder up, but only just. Southern Sensation looking to sizzle. Right now, she's trying to grab JC. She picks up JC. No joy. JC with some elbows. JC over against the ropes, charging in. Big Booch gets caught there by Laney. Oh, trying to take her over, and she does. Laney down. Laney trying to get back up to her feet. JC, no joy. Big knee! And falls on top. 1, 2. Oh, that felt like it could be. That felt really close, you know. Especially the way that she fell on her. So she misses with the boot, a big knee, and then she sort of like slumped onto her. Yeah, that even had the crowd, you know. The crowd were on their feet in that moment. That was really well done. So it kind of feels like it's going to be JC now. I think that was Laney's opportunity. Slight distraction. I don't know that Laney should lose this because of a flipping outside interference, but it looks like it's how it's going to go. 2, 3. Yeah, wow. Do you know... got good. So little match. Not a bad little showing by Lainey. Not everything came off, but first time I'm seeing her wrestle. And she was able to provide that very dramatic moment where she sort of fell on JC, and she really had me in the crowd thinking, what? What? I run this damn division. Who's the beatable champ now? Oh, there's Ava. Yeah. Who's the next opponent? Okay, so Ava's making an announcement next week. 4 singles matches. Okay. Oh, wow. Winner is... So whoever the number 1 contender is going to be will face JC at Evolution. Wow. Well, to be honest, I mean... JC is going to be one of the people. There's Izzy. It's got to be Jordan, and surely Jordan wins. That is not what we talked about. I'm not going down like that. I'm not going down like that. Well, there we go. NXT Championship is going to be defended at Evolution. Tell your friends. Not as many botches as Lash said, Jennifer. Oh, here, look, there's... Damian Priest talking with Cody. Why would you want to use someone else's stuff? I don't understand. I mean, I suppose moves have been like recycled and whatever, but just listening to Damien there talking about how he had to speak to Hall and Nash about wanting to use different... Why? Just come up with your own. I don't think it's massively... It ain't done anything for Damien. Oh, I don't think it has. Maybe sometimes it can work, but I don't know. That's kind of my takeaway from that. Why? What was the... Why did you feel that you needed to do that, and has it made any difference? Oh, Briggs is upset. Briggs is upset. There's a lot of shouting going on. Here is AJ Francis and KC Navarro. First class. I don't know anything about the blessed one. Fair play to AJ Francis. I mean, he's still in wrestling and still being used and still being highlighted and putting the work in. You're really annoying, Inamura says to AJ. Is that Elias? Elijah. Hello, I am Elijah. I know. Okay. Where's Hank and Tank, said Porky Pig. Hey, there's Luca. Don't worry, I'll get it done. After you. After you. After you. You go first. Don't trust him, Tony. Don't trust him. I don't trust him. Where's the Riz? No wonder this week's NXT has been... It's been good, but not as good as previous weeks. There's no Riz. The Riz. They should do a family reunion with Elias and Ezekiel, said Porky Pig. I hate when they make famous finishers basically universal. They ruin several great finishers, says Wrestling Russ. Jim said Top Dollar took over nothing. Has anyone got any missing posters for the Riz? That's what I would take. I'd have a missing poster for the Riz. Have you seen this woman? Has anyone seen this woman? Where's this woman gone? I know she's in a safe house, but blooming hell. How safe does she need to be? She's got to live her life as well, you know. Riz is dead, said Mayor Pete. I just don't want to believe that's true. I just don't. The Riz is knocked up. That might she's in a dead house, says Mayor Pete. Riz could show up tonight, said Steve. Well, that's what I'm waiting for. I don't trust Luca. He's a good egg, but I don't trust him. Daze, I think Mariah May's name should have been Madison Monroe. Therefore, both initials would have been MM, said Taker. 11 minutes until the band Carmen 2 shows up, said Corey. Is Carmen 2 banned? But how are we going to get our weekly ARW Pro conversation? Riz got jizzed, says Nightmare. Is that true? Guys, who's been jizzing in the Riz? Come on. Come on. We're all adults. I bet it was 9 Doc Holiday. Yeah? Got a little bit tired of the peanut butter. Went and jizzed in the Riz. Oh, my God. She was out of bounds, guys. She was out of bounds. R.I.P. Jizzo. She's not called Jizzo. She's not called Jizzo. 9 Dot Holiday said Riz has been helping my peanut butter selection. I knew it. You're right. Oh, my God. Guys, please. Come on. How many times do we have to have this conversation? Stop jizzing in the Riz. Right. She chose Blake because it's her niece's name, said Wrestle Night. There we go. Yeah. Stop moaning. Now shut up about it. Yeah. She's not Mariah May anymore. Deal with it. Right? There's more important things. Like saving the Riz and her unborn baby. I wonder if that baby will grow up to like or hate peanut butter. I don't know. I don't know. Hopefully it never knows. Peanut butter jelly, said J Doggy Dog. AB said, I'm excited for Revolver on Saturday. There's an interesting mixed tag match. It's got Killer Kelly and Myron Reed versus Steve Macklin and Deanna. Rare Breed said, the Riz is pregnant. I don't know. We don't know where she's gone. So people are theorizing that she's either dead or pregnant. So I don't know. I don't have an update. I hope she's neither, because I hope to see her competing soon. I hope to see her come back. But if she is pregnant, well, you know, congrats. I just hope the father is no one from this community, because I would not trust anyone in this community to be, to give her the support that she needs. Here's Ren. Okay. Chat. That mouse. Good luck. I'll never forget that. So he really is just going. Young OG. Young OG. I bet it was him. I bet he just in the Riz. I want to take my shot, says Tavian. Why are you always holding him down, Charles? It's not looking good, is it? It's not looking good. Right, are we going to get some Mr. Iguana now? Because we are looking back at Worlds Collides. 9. Holiday said, after my time with the Riz, my time with peanut butter is now over. Women are amazing. I'll just say that slippery when wet. It has been the eternal battle, really, hasn't it? It's one of those kind of moments where us guys have to really choose, do you go with women or do you go with peanut butter? And it looks like you've made your choice. And I love that for you. I don't love it for the women, but I love it for you. Iguana! There he is! There is Mr. Iguana and Dr. Wagner Jr. And they've got Iguana, Iguana, Iguana. The only problem, I don't know that he can do anything. I mean, all he can do is just do that with his puppet and be like, do you know what I mean? There's not really much else he can do, is there? You see, I'm such a perv. I would be like, I feel like I need to do something for the crowd here. I can't just do that. It's not good enough. I mean, I would be really tempted to have the iguana suckle in on my teat. I would. I'd be like that, and I'd be like this. But that's too pervy. You can't do that on WWE TV. You can't get away with that on NXT. This is how I would lose my job. If I worked for NXT, I'd be out within like 24 hours. You can't have puppets suckling your teat. They don't want that on the CW network. Well, I don't know. Maybe they do. I'm not sure. But wouldn't you feel that? I'd feel that pressure. I'd feel that pressure. You know, iguana. And I'd be like, all I can do is this. I mean, it's just, oh my God, you've got to do something. I'd make out with it or something. I don't know. I'd panic. I'd panic. I'd lose my job because I panicked. Anyway, we've got a tag match. So this is, don't trust him, Tony. Tony and Luca versus High Rise. How do you spell High Rise? High Rise. I mean, that ain't it at all, is it? Tony didn't make the tag. He doesn't trust him, and he's right to not trust him. Are we going to get the Riz? Are we going to see the Riz? 9. Holiday said Vince buys back WWE. He would lose CM Punk, but it would remove all the sponsors. If Vince doesn't buy back WWE, we keep Punk and Daze condoms in the ring by WrestleMania 45. It's what people want. It's what people want. Wrestling Daze condoms. Then you could jizz in the wrist till your heart's content. Safely. Yeah. Bang! Lovely Superman punch. Vince has got no chance, said Noctivix. Bang! Shots coming into the midsection, being driven back there. Tony in the ring. Brother said, if I become a father, I'm going to blame this whole community. You should be fine if you go the peanut butter route. Whoa. What was that? What was this? Huh? Did you hear the kind of... I think there was meant to be a graphic. It was like, we've got some breaking news, because there was like this, like... But there was no graphic. Huh? Fix like, we've got some breaking news. Blake Monroe is, going to be in action next week? None of that made sense. The way there was like a... And it was all like... It felt like a graphic needed to appear, like in pink, on screen, you know? But there wasn't anything. Is that a botch? We got a graphic. I never got a graphic. Graphic botch. I didn't just miss it, did I? Daze, we got a graphic in the US. James, did you see a graphic? I never saw a graphic. It said she's signing her NXT contract. Never got that. I never got that. International friends, did you get it? The graphic was a US exclusive. Oh my, well, that's perfect for Unseen. That is perfect for Unseen. Guys, this was Unseen for international audiences. I didn't see a... Yeah, look, James didn't get a graphic either. Oh, my God. That was so weird. All I got was a little noise. And then Vic Joseph going, wow, we've got some breaking news. And then we didn't even get the graphic. What the flip? Jesus. I'm livid. I am... It's great to be an American. Yeah, you went and put a flipping tariff on the graphic, didn't you? And for some reason, we weren't willing to pay. So we didn't get it. Nice suplex there by Tony. The graphic was so nice, said Corey. Oh, yeah, I bet it was. I bet it was. I can't wait to see it. I got it, but I'm not international, says Jennifer. Well, Jennifer, you are to me. You are in my eyes, Jennifer. Ah, Tyson with a big collision there into Luca. We are approaching the final half an hour, and we've still got the championship match. Wrestling said, who do we think will be the last one remaining from the black and gold? There's still a few that are left. What do you mean? In WWE in general or NXT? I mean, who's still around from black and gold in NXT? I mean, Sean Spears, but he doesn't really count. Because I've heard he's like a bit of a trainer and he's not ever going to leave NXT. 1, 2... But did the official forget how to count then? That's the most laboured count I've ever seen. I don't even know what happened. Big splash there by Tyson. Going for the cover on Luca. Luca kicks out. It was such a lovely genie-style graphic with chimes. Well, I heard the chimes. But I didn't get no graphic. What was that, Count said Vic? I don't know. This has been a disaster. This has been an absolute disaster. It all went wrong with the graphic. As soon as the graphic didn't show, it was just all downhill from there. Blake Monroe was naked in the graphic, says Corey. Well, I'm glad I didn't see it then, because I'd have to go to church. Tag being made is probably for the best. It's, to be honest, there's probably like a child lock on, which means that if that's true, I was prevented from seeing it, and that's just what Jesus would have wanted. So 1, 2, shoulder up. 9. Holiday said it was like a Betty Boop style. Well, I've never seen that either, because that's too mature for me. WrestleLandy said Daze JC Jane was in Black and Golds. Ooh, I don't know. She was in 2.0. I don't know if she was in Black and Golds. Black and Golds, Black and Golds. There's a song, isn't there? Yeah, I don't know. She might have made a little cheeky appearance, but mentally I've got her as 2.0 with Toxic Attraction. Daze, you are too young for it. You need to talk to your parents. Like, yeah, guys, I'm just 21. You keep forgetting this. I'm just 21. I'm not old enough to see boobs. I'm just 21. Yeah. So that's probably it. It's probably James didn't get it either. So me and James we're not old enough. Here we go, going for the cover. One count. Days earlier was that LA Knight backstage with the guitar. New character. I'm just kidding, says Mateo. No, it was the man, the myth, the legend, wasn't it? It was Elias. Shot coming in there by Tyreek. And it gets big blow coming in by Luca. I still don't trust Luca. And I still don't know where the Riz is. Bang! Big collision. Over the other side. Boom! Scooped up. Luca on his feet. Against the ropes. Luca. Nice! That was good. Oh. Looks like he got a bit spine busted as well. Look at him. Trying to crawl his way over. Don't trust him. Don't trust him. He wants you to think that he's digging deep. No, here's Tony. Tony's in there. Tony's going to murk these people. Bah! Down goes Tyree. Down goes Tyson. Tony D'Angelo. Over against the ropes goes Tyreek. Big spike. Oh, huge. Huge. Oh, Stacks. Stacks. Grab Stacks. Chucks him in. Mess him up. Stacks. Trying to get over by the to the outside, Tony. Oh, here we go. Luca with the crowbar. Tony. In all fairness, if he wanted to crack him with the crowbar, he could have done it. He could have done it, in all fairness. He did just stand there. He didn't even make a gesture or anything, did he? Tony planted. Oh, that puts a wrinkle in it. That puts a wrinkle in it, because he could have, but he didn't. I'd like to know what Mr. Iguana thinks about it all. I think Blake and Monroe were characters in Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie. Their 60s TV show that have her glam cartoon look, said Akim. I think you're right. I think the Bewitched shout is great. I don't think I really know I Dream of Jeannie, but... Here's Trick Williams. Tricky Willie. Let's talk about it. Mike Santana was great, wasn't he? He was great. They tried to say I don't look good when they know I look like money. You made a promise to your daughter, but you lied to your daughter's face. Ever since Trick went Hollywood, I've been riding in first class. Six-person tag. Tricky Two Brands. Tricky Two Brands. Becky Two Belts and Tricky Two Brands. Oh, I'm here for Tricky Two Brands. There is Jasper Troy. I mean, I suppose they could. All the champs have retained, but are they really going to? Louder, tougher, hitting harder. What is it? Great American Bash. Saturday, July 12th. Let's go. Great American Bash. Nine Doc said, I've just tweeted you what popped up on the screens in the US. I was thinking more my face, to be honest, but I would probably put it on the actual condom. But these work. Well, I don't know if they work, but you know, if they don't work, I didn't make them. Yeah, I just brand them. But this is, I mean, I don't even remember how this came about, but I remember saying like, oh, I need to get some merch going. But t-shirts, they're so boring. So what else do you wear? And where's? This is excellent. This is excellent. And don't worry, guys, they will be available in extra small. So don't worry. I know that this is... Save the DMs. I don't need the hassle, honestly. I'll just publicly say it here so that we're all on the same page. They will be available in extra small. Because knowing this community, I will be inundated with that question. So, yeah, there we go. What else we got? I can't play clips during the stream. What you on about, you madman? Did it take up the whole screen, did it? The graphic? Jesus. We didn't get any of that. Didn't get this breaking news thing. Didn't get this thing at all. What the flip? Now's and then why, thank you. I feel like I've been drinking. It doesn't really work, does it, so well as a picture? It needs to be a GIF, really. Because it needs to be that, doesn't it, rather than just... It doesn't work as well. It doesn't work. And what's he doing to his face? How do you get a hand puppet wrong? He's kind of like scrunched the face up, hasn't he? What are you doing to it? You know what I mean? It's really like you could have the mouth open, tilt the head to the sides. I don't know what he's got. He's just a mess, and he's got his shirt sort of tucked in, but not really. He's got half a shirt tucked in. He's doing that wrong. He's messing that up. There's so much wrong here. It shows, though, doesn't it, that it's actually not that easy being Mr. Iguana. If one of the greatest professional wrestlers of all time can botch it on this magnitude, it shows there is actually a degree of skill to this. There is actually a degree of skill. Put some respect on his name. Not his name, he's absolutely clowning it, but put some respect on Mr. Iguana's name. Mr. Iguana, brand peanut butter, says Mayor Pete. Daze, now that we've got Blake Monroe, you need some dude wipes. I'm going to start Daze wipes. You're going to get some free with the condoms. Oh, that. Oh, well, I can see that gimmick. I can see that graphic. That's good, isn't it? That is good. I wonder how Tony feels about it, though. It's not the same, but I do agree it's close. It's a different era. Right, we're just looking at the elimination matches. Jada against Thea. It's going to be Jada, isn't it? 6-man tag match. AJ, NC, and Trick taking on... God, what a random match that is. Briggs, Inamura, and Elijah. Random. Tony said, Daze, where can I get the first order of those prestigious Wrestling Daze condoms? That is simply 69% effective. Well, honestly, settle down. Because it's something that's coming it's coming in the future. Yeah. Coming in the future. But not available just yet. But, guys, when you do get yours in the future, feel free to send me some pictures of you wearing them, and I'll pop them in unseen. Pop them in the old community folder. Because people do like to send me when they're wearing merch of their, favourite wrestlers. So it's only fair if you send me pictures of you wearing my merch. So feel free to... send it to James Chadwick, please. If you do get any, send me, and you want to send pictures of you wearing my merch, can you send it to my personal assistant, James Chadwick? That's jameschadwick@gmail.com. Yeah? All pictures to there, please. Thank you. Right, here's Jasper. Here's Jasper. Jasper Troy versus... Oba Femi. Right. Are we going to get a new champ? They're going to give it a little bit of time. I mean, I know we've got about 1 million ad breaks, but Tony and Luca versus High Rise. Right. Daze, who do we think the mystery opponent will be? I'm thinking maybe Elia, but I'm not massively confident. I think it'll be someone that we know that is returning, or a decent sized star. I don't think that you do the whole mystery thing for anyone that's mid. I think it's going to be a moment. Is Elia big enough to be that moment though? Debatable. He never made the biggest splash before he left, but don't forget, you can make a big splash with my new merch coming later this summer. Okay. Daze, I'm not going to lie, but presentation-wise, I'm not feeling Jasper Troy. The gimmick with the chains feels like a generic wrestler from 2K, says Big Time. Big Time, thank you. I like his size. Days, I've got some bad news. This past Saturday in Indiana, in Chicagoland, wrestling lost a big member of the community, Mad Dog Ivan Manson. Mad Dog Ivan Manson passed away. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not familiar with Mad Dog Ivan Manson, but Carmen Live 1. Shout out to you, but... James said, I would think Tony would be proud of Mariah, using what she taught her and evolving her character. Well, I would like to think that as well. But she might think she's actually a little... I almost said it. Oh, my God. No, I'm sure she is proud. If Oba loses, he is done in NXT, says AB. He doesn't need those chains, says Akim. Yeah, I don't have an issue with the chain. I don't mind if he loses the chain. Oh, crashes down on Oba. 1, 2, kick out there by Oba. I tell you, they've done a good job of making me believe Oba's got a bit of a fight here, though. Because, I mean, obviously he got jumped and his ribs are bandaged. So we know that he's weakened. And Jasper Troy is big. I mean, he is big. I've still got that Shawn Michaels picture in front of me, you know. Right now he's got Oba... no, puts him down. Oba scoops up Troy, slams him down. No tag champs this week. Wow, said Porky Pig. Do we think WWE is holding off on giving Mariah May the women's title? Feels like they're starting from ground one. Well, yeah. I mean, she's only signing her contract next week. She's not going to be in the matches, is she? I didn't see her name. So it does feel like they're taking a slower road. But I mean, in all fairness, we've just called up a load of people, so we ain't going to be calling her up anytime soon, are we? So, I mean, to be honest, we're probably not in a mad rush. If it was in a mad rush, I'm sure we would move. Jasper picking up Oba. Suplex there by Jasper. Mates. Jasper the Moody Ghost. With a big suplex. Stepping over the top rope. Two of the biggest in NXT. Oba with a big shot there to Jasper. Oh, I like that, though. That's good. Oba with a big shot to Jasper. Jasper went back and then went... Yeah, that was quite Undertaker-esque, actually. Shot and he went back and then was like... It's good, that was. It was good. Right now, he's in control. He's got Oba down. And he's kind of taking him over to the other sides. Dragging him in. Oba going into that. Oh! Middle turnbuckle breaks. Middle turn. Wow. Ring breaks. It's always good when they do that. Ring breaks on NXT. So, that middle turnbuckle has kind of come undone. And so we're going to go to commercial break now. I don't know if we're going to stay with the action. I mean, the referee is asking officials to come round. Yeah, we've got loads of officials. Loads of officials, I think, are coming round. They want to try and repair it. But this match is going to continue. Why don't we just pause the match? Why doesn't the referee pause the match, get them? If this was like UFC, we would pause the action. But we're gonna try and fix the ring whilst also continuing with the match. So right now, we are staying with the action. The ring is broken, and they're gonna see if they can try and repair it as the action. This is the most pro wrestling thing ever, isn't it? Also, the fact that no one really knows what they're doing, that's also the most pro wrestling thing as well. There's just people sort of looking at bits going, I don't know, does this do something? I'm not sure. Yeah, fun though, good. Right now, we're in picture-in-picture. They're really about to make Oba lose. Jasper is a madman. Just turn it into an underground match. I think it was meant to happen. I don't believe it wasn't meant to happen. I think it was meant to happen. It'd be pretty crazy if it was not meant to happen. That'd be big news. If Fightful report that this was not the plan, but I'm pretty sure it was. Jasper Troy going for the cover, and there we go. I think they're quite satisfied that they fixed it. Oba in trouble at the moment. How long we got? 8 minutes. Days I saw Mad Dog Ivan Manson wrestle for ARW Pro in places like Chicago, Illinois, Hammond, Indiana, Hobart. Gone but not forgotten, my friend. An ARW Pro legend. Jasper Troy picking up Oba, bang, backbreaker. My golden retriever wants a box of New Daze condoms. Well, they will be pet friendly. Yeah, that's actually quite interesting. I don't think that there are dog condoms. Maybe a whole new market. You know, what if you've got a pet, but you really just don't want to get them neutered because, do you know what I mean? It's cruel, isn't it? So perhaps every time they're feeling frisky, you just pop a little condom on them. That could be a whole mate. Oh my God, I could be a millionaire. People will be like, do you know how he made his money? No. He was the first to like make dog condoms. Really? That's how he made the money? Yeah. Yeah. I never knew that. I never understood those. Well, we probably shouldn't talk about dog condoms when Oba's getting planted on the edge of the ring. Look at the kid in the background as well. He was like, Jasper Troy, boom, big splat. Oba's in big trouble, mate. 2, shoulder up by Oba. Shoulder up by Oba. Yeah, I mean, some people, they don't want to neuter their pets, do they? They don't want to. They love their pets. Why would you want to chop its penis off? Bang! Lovely. Lovely. Jasper's been beaten on Oba this whole match. Oba trying to come back. There is a world where dogs have people for pets. Do you want them to be neutered? It's a good point. Think about it the other way round. I would not want that. Nice. Bang. Lovely work there by Oba. Fired up. Oba charging in. Bang. Collides into Jasper Troy. Jasper Troy, though, over the other side. Collides into Oba. Jasper Troy against the ropes. Picked up. Bang. Spinebuster. 1, 2. Oh! Seems like an unfair advantage when you attack your opponent and injure them before a match. Yeah, but you are... I think it's down for Oba to say if he wants the match or not. This is where baby faces are so dumb. If someone attacked me before a match, I'd be out for months. Oba's like, no, I want him tonight. It's like, but you're not 100%. I don't care. I don't need to be. It's like, well, you probably do, you idiot. This is where if he loses his belt, he deserves it. I got no sympathy. Elbows coming in there by Jasper. Grabbing Oba. Boom. Into the ring post. Shoulder first. Jasper grabbing Oba. Jasper picking him up. Whoa! Gets it! Choke slam. 2. Shoulder up. You've gotta be kidding me. Yeah, choke slam. Choke slam. Carla said, I'm just not high enough for this conversation. One moment, please. Elevator music plays as I light up. This conversation might make sense if you're high, actually. Bang! Going over. Oba getting up to his feet. Jasper, duck underneath. Oba. Picking him up. Throws him. That's a big man to throw, in it. Have you ever tried throwing a man that size? Against the ropes. No! Whoa! Planted! Yeah, Booker T's like, cover him. Cover it. He can't. He ain't got the energy. All he can do is touch him. We would have had a new champ. 1, 2. Nah, too long. Took way too long. Way too long. Trini said, as someone that is high, I can confirm the conversation doesn't even make much sense. And I'm intoxicated. Trini, shout out to you. Shout out to you. I think the best way to enjoy these streams is by being completely off your face. Clothesline. Oba to the outside. Jasper Troy to the outside. Brony said, this is a good match. Be serious. Said, oh, mate, the barricade just flipping exploded. Look at the barricade. I've never seen the barricade do that. I've never seen the barricade do that. Jesus. Oba in there. Jasper Troy picked up. Slam down. Wow. 1, 2, 3. Oba. No, did he not count it? 2. What? 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 The shoulder wasn't up. The shoulder didn't get. What are you on about? He didn't move. Picks him up and slams him down again. The hell was that finish? He didn't move his shoulder. What are you on about? That's more confusing than dog condoms. Show me the replay. Is this the replay? Is this the first one? It was the second one. Show me the first one now. Show me him getting his shoulder up now. I am going to write a very angry letter, even though it didn't affect or change anything. But I've literally have nothing else to do. So I'm going to write a very angry letter. Because that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Doesn't make any sense. He didn't get his shoulder up. Ref messed up. Well, I might watch the replay and he might have actually got his shoulder up. I don't know. But I didn't see it. And if I didn't see it, it didn't happen. How would you mess up, though? I mean, surely if you're the ref, you know what the finish of the match is, yeah? So surely if you're the ref, you know, Oba powerbomb, 1, 2, 3. You know the time as well. So you know that you're towards the end of the show. You know the finish. So he does it, he slams him down, and you're the ref and you go, 1, 2, and he didn't move. So why would the ref go, no, he moved. He definitely moved. It doesn't make any sense. Honestly, at that moment, my brain went, Jasper Troy's going to win. He was not meant to be pinned. Is Jasper Troy about to get this? That's where my brain went, because and then Oba just did the exact same thing and the match ended. Oba moved a hand under the shoulder and made it go up, said 9.holiday. Well, show me. Let me look. Jasper Troy. This is how you build a star. I'm looking. I'm revisiting. Because if the ref was in the right, then I don't want to do him dirty. If the ref was in the right, I don't want to do him dirty. We're rolling now and real. I don't have the clip yet. I will revisit it. There is no clips, so I can't revisit it. I'm looking. No one sent me anything. I don't have anything on my feed, so I can't give you any update. But all I know is that I am very angry. I mean, what I would say is this is better, but I was hoping to have it on the actual DOM rather than the packaging, Wes. But this is better. Look at that. Look at that. It's good. It's good. I just like the idea that you're in a place where you're ready to get jiggy and you reach into your pocket and this is what confronts you. I just like that. It's how it should be. It's how it should be. Jasper, Troy, put him in a fatal four-way. Do a poll. I'll do a poll. Durant said, I've rewatched it and there was no kick out. Live, I did not see any movement. I didn't see anything live. But, you know, I wasn't looking either, to be honest. But there was no obvious sort of... I don't know. I don't know. I'm very angry about it. I'm borderline an AEW fan. Oh, Daze, I've heard you're selling event-used relic condom cards. Yes. Guys, if ever you do have any used condoms lying around, send them over because I'm going to put them into a card. I'm going to put them into a card. And we're going to have our own Tops collection. Yeah. So, event used condom cards. Oh, my God. I don't choose for these conversations to go on here. I don't steer them this way. But, you know, if people are going to send me pictures and have these conversations, I'm also not afraid to have them. And I won't back down from them, right? Bubba said, can I ask who impressed you the most from Worlds Collides? Not the women. Wow. The best was Vikingo, but I already knew about him. So Vikingo Chad was the best match, and Vikingo incredible. I mean, he's the AAA Mega Champion, so but I can't give you that because I knew how good he was. I'd seen him in AEW already, so not Vikingo. He was the best, but he did not grab me the most. Laredo Kid didn't do a great deal for me. I was surprised they selected Octagon to take on Dominic, because I didn't think Octagon massively stood out. I think it was Wagner Jr., honestly. I mean, Wagner Jr., I remember him standing on the edge of the ring and, like, do you remember the confetti stuff kind of shooting out of his arms? So he had this really classy ring gear and entrance gear, right? And then, like, he did that where the confetti stuff came out. And then, actually, he had a good size to him. He was pretty clean in the ring as well. Like, he was doing some flashy stuff, but everything was just pretty solid. You know, like that Pagano was... He was the guy that was the hardcore guy that really shouldn't have been in that match, you know? That wasn't the best way of using him. So, you know, he didn't really grab my attention, or he did, but not for the right reasons. Aerostar had some moments. Mr. Iguana is the comedy guy, right? I don't think actually, from a wrestling point of view, he was the most impressive. He was the one that grabs the most attention because he's got a puppet, you know? I mean, that's where we are. So, but actually, I think in regards to talent, presence, I think it'd be Wagner Jr. Wagner Jr. was the one that grabbed me. Aerostar was pretty good as well. I didn't mind Aerostar. Octagon, I was really surprised. I don't remember Octagon really doing anything that massively grabbed me. So for him to be the one that they gave the Dominic match to, I was like, I feel like I've missed something here. But then I watched his match with Dominic and I was not that impressed. I didn't think it was that great at all. So, yeah, I think Wagner Jr. would be my answer. But obviously the world would say Mr. Iguana. Steve said there was no kick out, but Oba's arm was under the shoulder, so it wasn't touching the mat. Should have been caught when Oba pinned him. I've watched it a few times, as I always DVR it. But Blue Whale Sonic said, Daze, my God, the ref messed up. Big Time said, Daze, the ref really derailed the momentum. The crowd was erupting for the 3, and then there's a pause, and we have to redo it. The crowd wasn't anywhere near as hot. Oba looked peeved. AB said, I think Jasper was supposed to kick out in that first finisher. Why are we mentioning size? It's got nothing to do with skill in ring. What was the question? I thought the question was who impressed you. So if the question was who impressed you, then are we not judging that on overall package? Are we not judging that on everything? I mean, I can't judge it on promos because no one cut a promo. But if it's who impressed you, then, you know, if I'm going on presentation, if I'm going on in-ring skill, if I'm going on all of that stuff, then Wagner Jr. impressed me. I didn't know anything about him before. So, you know, like, I'm looking at overall presentation. I'm looking at, like, ooh, okay, we can do something with them. And, yeah, Wagner Jr. with his entrance, his presentation, his ring gear, his overall size, his in-ring ability was very clean. He still had some of the aerial stuff. I mean, obviously not the most eye-catching compared to Vikingo, but as we said, you kind of already knew what you was going to get from Vikingo. So, yeah, overall package. Duran said that was not the ref's mess up. The rookie messed up. He was meant to kick out. Well, we've got all kinds of situations here. Some people are saying that Oba's hand was under the shoulder. Some people are saying that Jasper Troy should have kicked out. Some people are saying the ref messed up. All I know is it is a mess. And there needs to be mass firings. I think Oba needs to be fired. I think Jasper Troy needs to be fired. I think the ref needs to be fired. I think Shawn Michaels needs to be fired. I think Mr. Iguana needs to be fired. Actually, anyone that was in that room needs to be fired. All the commentators and the crowds, everyone should be fired because we can't run the risk of that happening again. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just heard from TKO that we have all been fired. So, and they're actually going to knock the building down. The bulldozers will be here tomorrow. So, just want to thank you on behalf of everyone from NXT and wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. Yeah, everyone's getting future endeavored after that fiasco. And do you know what? I think a lot of the time we waste our time on trying to figure out who to blame. Let's not even waste that. Just fire everyone. Everyone's been released. Do you know what? I'm so angry about it. We should release R-Truth again. That's how angry I am. Release him again. No, I'm only joking. You shouldn't joke about releases, but that's okay because we brought him back, so it's fine. I wouldn't joke about it if he was still really... I didn't say rehire and fire Carlito, did I? NXT got future endeavoured, said James. That would be very Hitchhiker's Guide, says Neil. Daze, are you cool with the Mariah name? Yep. No issues. Doesn't bother me. Love the Bearded said, fire up the bang bus. That's it. That's it. That's it. I wonder if that's how they get there. Because, you know, they actually do put them on a bus to go to NXT. You have to park at Full Sail and then get a bus to the Performance Centre. I wonder if that is the bang bus. In regards to the name, Blake Monroe is absolutely fine. If there was a new wrestler called Blake Monroe, we wouldn't even think twice about it. But there's just this weird thing, isn't there, about when people have their names changed, that people get a bit upset about it. People were upset when Volta became Gunther. They were upset when Ricky Starks became Ricky Saints. And, you know, I mean, they get upset about these things. So let them get it out their system. And then once it's settled down, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. People will get used to it. I remember when flipping Thingy became, Eli Drake became LA Knight. And it was like, LA Knight! LA Knight! And you don't even think about it now. And I don't even think people really think about Gunther anymore. So, you know, Blake Monroe, you'll be like, you'll love it. Give it an hour. You'll love it. And you won't even remember Mariah May. Mariah May will be like, imagine if it was Blake Monroe going to Mariah May. People would be outraged. People would be upset. They'd be like, Mariah May? What was wrong with Blake Monroe? What was wrong with Blake Monroe? Mariah May. I don't even like it. It doesn't sound right. Blake Monroe was so much better. Blake Monroe. Blake Monroe. Blake Monroe. What am I meant to do with Mariah May? What am I meant to do with Mariah May? Blake Monroe. Blake Monroe. It sucks. This sucks. I hate WWE. It's just change. People hate change. They just hate change. They hate change as much as NXT refs hate counting threes. Oh, if you hate it, I'm only joking. I'm only joking. I don't mind. I'm not bothered. There's bigger things going on in the world. Yeah. There's bigger things go. I've got some milk. I've got a whole carton of milk, and it's got to be drunk by tomorrow, and there just ain't no way. That's more important in my life than flipping Blake Monroe. So, I don't know what's happening. I feel like I need to leave. Let's change this. Daze, that rock meme tweet I did last night got nearly 10k views. I knew it would, James. It was a good joke. It was a good joke. You deserve it. You deserve it. That's good. That's a good result. Oba versus Jasper. Right. Is WWE truly where the best wrestle? Of course it is. Of course it is. Is this where the Riz wrestles? Yes. Well, then it's where the best wrestle is, isn't it? Daze, if you could choose a new name for Mariah, what would it be? Blake Monroe. Akeem said there's got to be an LA Knight team somewhere in LA. I hope everyone has a good night, says Dean. I don't. But Dave's thoughts on teams like Briggs and Imura, High Rise, OTM and Cullen. They've got teams but lack of charisma. Well, they're still putting it together, aren't they? I mean, they're trying some stuff. You've got this talent, which it's hard. You got to remember, you've got this talent that's like trying to find themselves. They're trying to find their voice. They're trying to find what's going to make them compelling and what's going to really bring out the best in them, you know? I mean, if we could have had Liv as a heel from the start doing what she's doing now, we absolutely would have done it. But we've been on a journey where we've, you know, tried a lot of stuff and a lot of stuff hasn't worked. And then, of course, it clicks and that's it then. I mean, that's it. It's like Roman. When Roman was in NXT, he was leaky, wasn't he? And then I obviously was in the Shield, and that was great. But then we tried Big Dog, and that was a bit mixed. And then you do the Bloodline Tribal Chief, and it's just boom. I mean, you just ain't gonna hit bullseye first time, are you? You might not even hit the bullseye at all in developmental. So it's about really just trying to find the vehicle and the chemistry that's just right. You know, you'll look at it and go, I really like that. I mean, what if we put that person with that person? You know, these people, they very rarely walk in already in a team. So, I mean, like, certainly someone like Briggs and Inamura, I mean, you really are just throwing some random pieces together there. But can they get chemistry? Can they make it work? Can they, you know? So, you know, there's obviously a bit of working out that needs to be done. But, yeah, some of them will work. Some of them won't work, you know, and you just kind of just keep trying to find the right fit, really. It's a little bit like having a jigsaw puzzle, and you're trying to put pieces together, and a couple of pieces all fit really well, and you're like, okay, that's good. Well, that can go to one side. That might be your fraxium. And then over here, you've got like some other bits, and you might put a few together, and you're like, okay, that works. That's like your flipping fatal influence or whatever. Okay, that's working. I've got that. Doesn't go with that. No, but that and that goes together quite well. And so we're just kind of doing a bit of that, aren't we? So, I don't know, maybe all of them will not work this time, but maybe some of them will work this time. But, you know, for every fraxium that works, you've probably got 4 or 5 that don't. So, we'll have to see. It's hard to know. I mean, honestly, with a lot of these things, it's hard to sit here and say, yeah, no, it's going to work. I mean, no one knows if it's going to work. I mean, it really comes down to... do they get along? Are they good communicators? You know, how engaged are they? I mean, if they just rock up and they're not really talking much, and then they've got to try and, you know, put on banging matches, I mean, that's going to be a struggle. But if they're like always around each other, coming up with ideas, being really proactive, I mean, I'd have more confidence. But I mean, other than the shows, I don't see what these people are like, obviously. So I don't know. The only thing I can say is that the people that are most engaged, the people that are making the most progress, those are the ones that are going to be used on TV the most. So, you know, the fact they're even being used on a regular basis is a good sign. So, but yeah, there's a lot of unknowns in there for us. We just have to watch and enjoy and celebrate and love, and that's why my branded condoms are so important, and they will be coming later this year. And with that being said, I have nothing else to add. I am all out of words. Well, I'm not, but if I don't go now, I might never leave. Nine Dark Holiday said, Daze, you didn't drop a like on my Blake Monroe image. Well, that's because I'm not on top of my X account, buds. I've still got lots that I need to go through. But don't worry, I will be going through them. I have to for Unseen, don't I? God, some of you guys are so needy. So needy. I'll get to it, don't worry. I can't do this and that, you know? I'm just not that good. But, yes, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. You know this. I'm going to go. I'm just going to go. And I will be back tomorrow for Evolve, though. Yeah. Hieronymus said, event use condom cards. Just don't make a mistake of thinking it's the chewing gum. Well, that's a good point, isn't it? That's a good point. I don't think chewing gum comes with cards anymore, though, does it? Does it? I'll let you ponder on that. Thanks for watching, and see you again next time. Bye for now.